Morning. Before we get started, I just want to get us off in a good way and call upon Elder Darlene McIntosh from Cleatley Tane to do an opening prayer. I must say she is my aunt, so
Nice.
so she'll get us straight in the right way, in the right direction.
Thank you, Terry. Hadi, good morning. Hadi. Not loud enough, you guys. Hadi. Better. That'll wake you up. So what a nice turnout this morning. It's great. So the first thing, you've had your breakfast and you're probably kind of just getting back into your body. So I want you to take a nice deep cleansing breath throughout your whole body. Nice deep cleansing breath. This is part of reconnecting to yourself in a good way. You were born, took your first breath. You never stopped breathing for 70 or 80 years. What do you call that? You call it a miracle. So each and every one of you are a miracle. And Creator gave you life through the breath. So I want you to take a nice deep breath all the way down into your feet. And feel your feet sink into the deep, rich soil of Mother Earth. You can smell the richness of her soil. You can feel it between your toes. And there she grounds you into today, into this very moment, being present here and now, not in yesterday and not into tomorrow, fully being present here and now. We, the Cleatley Tane Nation, have been on our traditional lands over 9,000 years as supported by lithic evidence. The changes have taken place over thousands of years supports the enduring strength, courage, and fortitude of our peoples. Our governance through the Batlats brought balance and harmony with our brothers and sisters of other First Nations people. Cleatley Tane's clans are Frog, Lasiliu, Grouse, Utsut, Beaver, Sa, and Bear Sus. Through this system, we know who our family connections are. Through our oral history, the use of legends told of our travels, our hunting and fishing territories, our trading practices with all peoples. May we remember and hold steadfast in what Creator's blessed us with, and that is our traditional territories. Our ancestors have always welcomed people to our territories. On behalf of Cleatley Tane's elders, our youth, community members, and chief and council, it is absolutely our honor to welcome each and every one of you to our traditional territories. All my relations must see. So we're going to also do a prayer, so if you can bow your heads, please. We ask Creator, the grandfathers and grandmothers, to come be with us today. As this beautiful day comes our way, thank you for all that will take place today. Thank you for all the participation. Thank you for the knowledge and wisdom that will be shared today. As the winds bring a change of weather, they also bring a change of how to do best practices for all those concerned. We thank Creator for guiding us on the good red road of instituting plans that will work on making us whole in all aspects of who we are. As the sun is high in the sky, warming us in the coolness of the northern energy, it touches our spirit, asking us to come into the wisdom of our hearts. We thank Mother Earth for allowing us to walk softly on her, leaving no footprints. May all those present go home knowing what you will receive today will benefit all. Creator, we ask that you keep our people safe today, and may tomorrow be a good day. Creator, hear our prayers. All my relations must see. Thank you.
Deneza, Tsekuza, Skyaza, chiefs, hereditary chiefs, delegates. First of all, I just want to thank Darlene for the welcome and opening prayer, but also want to acknowledge the Dakat territory of the Claytley Tene, the people of the confluence of the two rivers, Nichako and Klako. I just want to thank you all for attending today. This is the third business forum that we've held over the last year. And in my job as the regional chief of the British Columbia Assembly of First Nations, one of my jobs is to, as part of the Assembly of First Nation, is the file of economic development. And under the file, I have to take care of many issues, such as the issues of gaming, cannabis, training and employment, and develop strategies. I'm the chair of the Chiefs Committee on Economic Development, chair of the Chiefs Committee on Employment and Training, and chair of the Chiefs Committee on Cannabis. And within British Columbia, I'm in the unique position, and this is a part of the regional sessions that we're here today with the BC Business Council, is the Champions Table. In the Champions Table, we have it's between 11 CEOs and 11 First Nations practitioners, leaders, chiefs, that look at economic development in terms of the many barriers and issues that First Nations are challenged with. And one of the items that we're developing is the Black Books. And it's a toolkit, a guide to support First Nations in dealing with many of those issues and barriers, and also to support First Nations in building capacity and looking at different strategies in terms of economic development. So this is one of the sessions today, and there are also different meetings that we're having throughout the province called the Black Book sessions. And we're really coming back to First Nations communities and asking what is the best way forward, and looking at the theme of today with this business forum is looking at in this era of reconciliation and this era of recognizing the United Nations Declaration for the Rights of Indigenous People. Well, how can we function better, or how can we utilize the act, as it were, in British Columbia? It's Bill 41. And there is a desire federally to implement the declaration as an act and as law across this country we call Canada. And really, it is that recognition of our rights, recognition of our interests within our territories to have our people have their say. And the underlying, I should say, discussions that we've seen over the last few weeks in many of these provincial sessions over the last few weeks, whether it was our gathering or the Gathering Wisdom or the Natural Resources Forum last week, the underlying discussion was what's the decision going to be on Trans Mountain? What's going to happen in Wet'suwet'en territory in terms of the Coastal GasLink pipeline project? And I really don't have an answer, because, quite frankly, it really comes down to the assertion of those First Nations governments to make a decision on those projects. And I think as one of the First Nations Leadership Council members, we're trying to support and advocate our First Nations communities to make those decisions, and make those decisions in terms of being recognized. Right now, as I said, at the end of November of last year, Bill 41 was passed, the Declaration Act. And right now, there will be an action plan, as we've stated back in November, And right now we're in the very early stages of what that action plan would look like, and there will be a presentation later on to talk about the declaration. Moreover, on the federal desire to implement the act, the declaration as an act, the federal government and also the Assembly of First Nations are looking to British Columbia, looking to our province, our regions, and our First Nations communities to lead some of that discussion in terms of developing a federal act on the declaration. But it can't come quick enough, because quite frankly, as much as we do have the act as law, it isn't implemented in different laws that govern the land, such as Forest Range and Practices Act, or the judicial system, or child welfare. And really that's where the action plan comes in, where we make sure that current legislation that exists reflect the act, and therefore our First Nations can make those decisions and make and have those decisions recognized and assert their own laws. And right now those decisions aren't what we're seeing in the judicial system, aren't being reflected of what we see in the declaration and in the act. Because quite frankly, if you see the TMX decision, it's the bare minimum. It's the bare minimum on consultation. And whether you're for a mega project or you want to see provisions and say it's okay to move ahead, or you're dead set against those projects, I think the fundamental issue is how decisions are being made and how they're not being recognized right now. So we'll see it play out, and I know that I saw on the news today, and I had some conversations with some authorities yesterday, that there has been some arrests in the Wet'suwet'en territory. But I certainly hope that cooler heads prevail and the RCMP step back, and those that need those discussions to make sure that First Nations rights, title, and interests are heard, that perhaps there will be more discussion. And that brings another issue that we should discuss, perhaps in terms of economic development, is that if you do have a court declaration, or if you do have a roadblock, or if you have some sort of ways and means to assert your governance, in the end, we always end up in this place of negotiation. I mean, we've seen it in the Chilcotin territory. They had the highest level in terms of decision of asserting their rights and the recognition of title. So what had happened is that they had a recognition of title of the Brittany Triangle, and now they're in discussions with the federal and provincial government. So whether we like it or not, we always have to end up, we do always end up in some sort of negotiation. So what should we do about that? Perhaps we should talk about what are the strategies, what do we want out of this, or how do we assert our governance and how decisions are being made. So I'll leave it there, and I certainly want to hear more discussions about how best we can assert our rights, title, and interests in light of the declaration. But also today we're also looking at how youth can play a role. I mean, I have an expiration date. I don't know when that date is, but eventually I won't be in this position, and many of us will be moving on, and the youth will take over. And I think the youth need a voice to be heard, because we've heard it over the last several years that they want to be heard, especially now in this changing world where we're seeing climate change is a huge issue. And In the fall, I was in the march in Vancouver, where there was 100,000 plus, and vast majority of them were youth, were the children coming out of school and protesting in terms of wanting to see change and seeing that climate change is real, and those youth need a voice and need to be heard. So I look forward to the discussion today. So I'll leave it at that, and we do have two co-chairs, Chief Charlene Gale and Doug White, here today to guide us through to many discussions today. Chief Charlene Gale is from Fort Nelson First Nation. Her experience is as a chief and an elected councillor, chief and councillor, right? In your young life, and has worked in the oil and gas sector for a number of years. And I have worked with Chief Gale and look forward to the discussions. And one of the, I think one of these initiatives that was started many years ago is the First Nations Major Projects Coalition. And Chief Gale is the, what are you, the chair for that? And looking at different opportunities for involvement in mega projects. And the other co-chair here is, to my left, is Doug White, and Doug is a lawyer, so don't hold that against him. And he's from Sinaimuk First Nation from Nanaimo, and he's been the director of the Indigenous Bar Association of Canada. He's a former chief of Sinaimuk, and is an associate lawyer for Mandel Pinder, and previously has held a seat at the First Nations Summit Task Group, and was part of the First Nations Leadership Council in its very early stages. And right now, I have been working with Doug on the BC First Nations Justice Strategy, and really what we're looking for there in terms of a strategy is having a judicial system that recognizes all of the issues that our First Nations are really dealing with within the judicial system. And he is a director of the Center for Pre-Confederation Treaties and Reconciliation at Vancouver Island University, and practices law as a negotiator across the country for many First Nations communities, and previously with Lake Babine Nation, or still work with them? Yep, with Babine, within the close to this territory. And I just want to thank you all for your time today, allowing me for a few minutes to talk. And so I passed the mic on to Chief Gale. So thank you all. Masicho.
Welcome, everybody. Let's have a great day today. And I just wanted to start off in a good way by thanking Terry TG, Regional Chief, for allowing me to be here today and to be a part of the Business Forum. This is going to be a very important discussion. I know we have many people in the audience that work in environment, work in government, First Nations, industry, in training, and I think that it's important that you really use your time today to network and to talk about what you're doing in your communities, what you're doing in your organizations, and share information. This is a safe place to do so, and also to get out there and see what these other organizations are doing. They want to share information. They want to get into your communities and learn about your people, learn about your organizations, and what's happening in your daily dealings. So also with that, I thank Chief Terry TG for introducing me as the chair of the First Nation Major Projects Coalition. The First Nation Major Projects Coalition is having their third industry engagement event on March 2nd and 3rd, and it also brings a group of people like yourself together to have a safe place to discuss what's happening out there in the world. How do we move projects forward with First Nations? How do First Nations work with government and other organizations to make projects successful? So just going off with that in a personal experience for Fort Nelson First Nation, we feel that in order for projects to move forward, it's at day one. So when you want to build a major project, it's important to go to the First Nations at day one. First Nations have been here for thousands of years. They know where their spiritual sites are. They know where their values lay on the land and what's important to them. Many of us have many teachings from our ancestors, from our grandmothers, from our grandfathers, and many of the people that have been leading our communities for many years. So there's a lot of knowledge there. There's traditional knowledge. There's no-go zones. There's so many things that make us unique as First Nations. So every nation is different. Every nation has different values, and they need to be respected. And I just wanted to say that it's important that we look at going forward as one, stripping the titles of who we are today to get forward on a path of positive prosperity for our province and for our country. Times are changing, and First Nations want to be involved in major projects that are happening across this country and in this whole globe. People are starting to get interested in what's happening not only in their territories, but across the country for projects that are of national interest. So today, I just want you guys to let loose, kind of get out there. If you see somebody you want to talk to, go say hi, don't be shy. But just know that First Nations people are usually really shy, so you probably have to go say hi first. Just saying. We know how important UNDRIP is and the importance of the discussion here today. We have some great panelists, so we're really excited to hear some of the information they're going to be sharing with us today. And just a few safety protocols, if I can get everyone to know that there's an exit over here. If there's an emergency, there's a fire exit over here, down the stairs. The bathrooms are just outside there. There is a cell phone charging station over here if you need to charge your phone. And also the bathrooms are just outside the door. So look after each other. If you see an elder that needs help, get them some coffee, get them some water, and so forth. So with that, I would like to welcome Doug to the stage. And if you want to talk to me at break, I would love to learn a little bit more about you too. So, Masi.
Asiam nasiaya, Anthopek Qualasalton Tanis Nanemoch, Aitna Squalawan, Quanas E, Heitsepka Siamastimoch, Heitsepka Leletane Mastimoch. Good morning, everyone. My name is Doug White. My co-Salish name is Qualasalton from Snanemoch. My Nuu-chah-nulth name is Cletion from my Hoopachusett and Ojayat family. It's an honor to be asked to help guide the day's discussions as co-chair with Chief Charlene Gale. I want to acknowledge Regional Chief TG for his work and for organizing for this session to take place. And really want to thank Elder Darlene McIntosh for that beautiful way that she opened up. It was really nice to, that breathing thing I found was really effective, for me at least, to feel grounded and rooted and then to hear her other beautiful words. So I'm very appreciative of that and give a lot of respect and recognition to the Leila Tene for that we're gathered up in their territory to do this important work today. So just really quickly, we've got a very full and interesting set of discussions that are taking place today. I think about this work in terms of a business forum. I always think about the larger trajectory of that. What our work is as Indigenous peoples is to basically unravel and deconstruct the colonial impediments that have been created for us. We all know that the Indian Act and Indian reserves, dispossession of our lands, all of those things that have happened over the last 150 years were very effectively designed to exclude us from the economy of this country. Where I'm at from Snanemoch, we have just about 2,000 members, and we have only a couple hundred hectares of reserve land. It's ludicrous. It's impossible to figure out how to build an economy when you don't have a land base of any meaning. Very, very challenging and difficult. And that's been true for far too long for our people. So we're in a defining moment in our country where these things absolutely have to shift. I know that the way I talk about it at home is that time is up. I'm not going to allow my children and grandchildren to suffer in the way that we have. And I know and respect the contribution of grandparents, parents' generation. We've come a long way, but we have a long way to go. And so when we're thinking about the business dimension of that, getting the proper part of the economy of this country, one of the richest countries on the face of the earth, second largest country on the face of the earth. British Columbia is enormous in terms of a geography and the landscapes. When I've sat across from provincial negotiators, and sometimes the basic approach when they come into the room is that they see it as a zero-sum game. That they're somehow, and this is not necessarily true of now, but I'm thinking back over 20 years and longer of different kinds of negotiations. You have to remind them, like, hey, you do understand that BC is enormous. It's bigger than California, Washington, and Oregon combined. This is a huge province full of enormous wealth, and there is no way Indigenous people should be excluded from it. There's just simply no way. And now more and more we've been through the work of all of these different pathways of work that have led to this defining moment of what should be reconciliation, but continues to be a messy affair. From the legal work for Aboriginal title, people like the Calder litigation, the Nisga'a standing up, the Gitxsan Wet'suwet'en standing up and talking about and fighting about Aboriginal title. 4 decades of work led up to the Chilcotin Nation decision. In Chilcotin Nation in 2012, in the Court of Appeal decision, the government of BC was still advancing arguments that your Aboriginal title effectively doesn't matter, that it's very small spots. That if it exists, it only exists in really small spots. When I was on the Leadership Council at that time, I remember talking to the chiefs of British Columbia and saying to them, you need to understand this decision that's been made, because the BC Court of Appeal fully agreed with the arguments of the government of British Columbia of the time. I said, what they are effectively saying to you is you should get back on your reserves and you should sit down and you should shut up about Aboriginal title, because that discussion's over. It was a really grotesque decision. Just the other day, 2012, very much rooted in the old racist policies of denial. Denial of your rights, denial that Aboriginal peoples matter, denial that Aboriginal title matters. So it was a bit of a shocking spot we were in. And I think the shock of that led the Supreme Court of Canada almost 6 years ago now, emboldened them, gave them the courage that was necessary to make that what is easily one of the most historic decisions of the Supreme Court of Canada in the Chilcotin Nation decision, where they rejected fundamentally all of the old arguments of the Crown, that Aboriginal title is only in small spots. You know, the BC, I always talk about the BC Court of Appeals saying, if you want to find your Aboriginal title, look down at your feet when you're fishing. That rock that you're standing on, that's your Aboriginal title. Don't look to mountainsides, don't look to valley. I mean, holy man, they really had like a very awful idea about it. But that was all rejected. And so now when we look at the Chilcotin Nation decision impact and what it means, when we look at other political governmental decisions to adopt and endorse the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and what that means, all of it means we're now in a time of incredible tension between the status quo and where we need to get to. And with respect to business and economic development, when we think about the messy place that we're in, the only hope that we have to get through this in a clear way is if we're, first and foremost, Indigenous peoples are doing the work that's necessary to strengthen your own approach by building the strongest possible foundation for self-determination and self-government for yourselves. You can't have powerful consent if you don't have powerful decision-making structures that are rooted in who you are as an Indigenous people. And at the same time, finding ways to assert and establish your territorial sovereignty, your right, your relationship with your territories. And while doing that, working effectively together and strategically together There's no way that my nation could do this by itself. When I showed up as chief at Snuneymuxw, we were effectively entirely ignored by everyone in our world. Our treaty rights were totally ignored and disrespected. The city didn't care about us. It was just ridiculous. And over 4 years, by taking a strategic approach, by the 4th year of my time as the chief, when someone had a project that they wanted to do in our territory, they came to us first. They engaged with us to talk with the Snuneymuxw and say, we have an idea about doing something in your part of the world, and we want to start by talking with you about it to see if we can get to a place of partnership and understanding and be on a same path. And then we'll start talking to government about it. So if you work effectively and do it in a way where we understand that we have to work together through organizations like the BC Assembly of First Nations, the First Nations Summit, the Union of BC Indian Chiefs, and get all of those entities to work together through the First Nations Leadership Council to get common strategy and common direction, common advocacy, so that when industries working in the far north of BC, they're hearing similar things that in the southern part of BC or the coast to the interior, we're going to get ourselves in the best opportunity, the best place to serve our people well. So we won't be able to unravel this unbelievable history that we've been a part of that's been inflicted upon us unless we're standing together and working effectively together. Now, a big part of that, of course, is building capacity. I know that through the work at Snuneymuxw, we got to a reconciliation agreement where a big chunk of forest lands were handed over to Snuneymuxw in fee simple. And I got to tell you, Snuneymuxw was, we had a little store on the reserve that sold pop and chips and cigarettes. That was our economic development. That was it. And all of a sudden, we own a major piece of land in the mountains. Oh my God, we spent the last number of years scrambling, trying to figure out what to do with wealth, what to do with money. We've never dealt with it before. And so we've tried to make sure that in our work we involve youth as much as possible. We want them to, in terms of employment, in terms of training opportunities, in terms of knowing that we want them to be involved in the economy in a real serious way, in their own lived experience as young Indigenous peoples. We want them to have the tools that we necessarily didn't have to know how to be successful in that space. So I really recognize and honor the fact that this particular session today is geared around that and has a very important youth component, because we need them to be prepared as possible for future generations. The idea of Aboriginal title, we all know that Aboriginal title existed since 1846, that we now know that it's expansive in nature, that the full beneficial interest of it rests with Indigenous peoples. And we do know that we have a duty and an obligation to safeguard it, to have it respected and implemented, but to make sure that there's continuity of that Aboriginal title, that it is there for future generations. So I do think that with all of that in mind, a real focus on youth, capacity development, succession planning, as the regional chief puts it, everyone has an expiry date. And I remember the former head of the Bank of Canada, Mark Carney, and he's the Bank of England governor right now. I met him in Nanaimo a number of years ago, and I knew that he was going to be shifting over to England. And he said, well, and I was talking about that, it's going to be a big loss for Canada for you to go over there. And he said, well, I've got to tell you, I know that the graveyards of the world are full of irreplaceable people. And I say, yeah, it's true. It's how it feels, but we're only here for a short amount of time. Our work is to prepare for what's coming next. So I really do appreciate that, the youth component. Now, what's going to happen, I do know that there's a bit of a technology tool that we're using, and as we go through the panels, at least for the first one, I think it will be available all throughout the day. Claire and Charlene know more about this than I. I believe it's called Mentimeter or Ventimeter. Something will be projected on the screen. As we're going through each panel, all of you will be able to log into whatever the system is, whatever the information is, and you'll be able to suggest questions for the panel. So that's one of the ways that we're going to make sure that everybody's engaged, and we'll have everyone's questions available, and we'll be doing our best to make sure that everyone has an opportunity to engage with the panel, the important panelists that are going to be here that have a lot to share. You're going to have questions for them. We're figuring out how to do that in the best way, most effective way. In the morning, the first panel that's coming up is respect to the UN declaration legislation that was recently passed in BC. Then we have later in the morning, we have the youth perspectives on Indigenous entrepreneurship. We'll have the lunch break, and we're shifting into a panel on successful models and agreements for the first session. The next one following that is capitalizing on the opportunity tools for business and success. And then another one on building financial literacy, some of the topics I was just talking about. And then importantly, the Indigenous Intern Leadership Program at 3:30 to 4. So we've got a lot of ground to cover. I think we're going to shift now, unless Charlene or someone, Chief Gale, has something to say about or Claire has something to say about Mentimeter or Ventimeter, I can't remember what it's called. I will start to move into the next panel. Do you have anything you want to say about it?
I can bring it up in a bit, but just maybe let them know it's live streamed today.
Okay. Another part about today too is that the session's being live streamed, so it's available for others that are not able to be here today. So let me, I'll leave my sort of opening remarks and context-setting comments at that. I want to shift now into the first panel on how will legislation on the rights of Indigenous peoples affect business in BC. And so I want to invite, there's a number of speakers. Unfortunately, Merle Alexander was not able to be with us. But I'd like to now call up to the stage Jessica Wood, the Assistant Deputy Minister from BC, Cheryl Casimir from the First Nations Summit, and Michael Garing from the Mining Association of BC. If they could please come up and join us on stage, then we can get started with the first panel. Yeah, Merle Alexander is not available today. He's ill, unfortunately. So just by way of brief introduction, in 2007, after about a quarter of a century of work at the United Nations through many different forums, there was work done to put in place the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. That at the core of this international document are two basic ideas. One, that Indigenous peoples have the right to self-determination, and two, that Indigenous peoples have a relationship with their territories. And then there's a whole layer of human rights elements, and then there's a number of provisions that are sort of the implications of the fact that if Indigenous peoples are self-determining and if they do have a proper relationship in Aboriginal title to their territories, how do we all live together in the proper way? Now, so this is a very important development in international law. I want to be clear that it's important that Indigenous peoples were an important part of building that from Canada. It reflects sort of pre-existing Aboriginal rights and Aboriginal title within Canada. So it doesn't create new rights per se. But what it does is it provides a comprehensive framework for reconciliation. So when the TRC said a number of years ago in their final report, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, when they talked about one of the recommendations being that UNDRIP becomes the foundation for reconciliation in Canada, it's important because it is a comprehensive framework for reconciliation. It's something that we do not have domestically within Canada. Notwithstanding that we have Section 35 and we have all of the jurisprudence around Section 35 and treaties and all of that history in the courts. Within Canada, we do not have a tradition. We don't have the patterns of behavior built around reconciliation, that reflect respect and recognition and implementation of rights. So the status quo of denial versus the implementation and recognition of rights is quite we basically have the full distance to go. The UN Declaration is a very important document that helps guide and inform the nature of that work and the various pathways and elements of that work. We know that many people have, we hear about the free, prior, and informed consent as being one of the clear implications of the reality of if there is a self-determining indigenous people, and then there's a state actor, the consent-based relationship is a necessary outcome of that. I always talk and share with people, like, as important and transformative as Haida Nation was in 2004 of getting Indigenous peoples into the room and the discussion, the Haida Nation framework of consultation is very firmly rooted in the idea that there's only one decision maker, and that is the Crown. And that the Crown, as part of its decision-making process, has to engage with Indigenous peoples, but then it goes back and makes its decision. Now, what's different about Chilcotin Nation and UNDRIP is that there's a recognition that there's more than one decision maker. And in some cases, it's the only decision maker is Indigenous peoples, but in a lot of cases, there's a reality of more than one decision maker. And in that context, consent-based relations of recognition and respect are necessary to create something like cooperative federalism within the context of Canada. So a number of years ago, this work has been put in place. Canada originally rejected, they did not endorse the UN Declaration at the outset. Over the course of up to 2016, they came to a place where they fully endorsed it. The last federal government supported the Romeo Saganash bill to go through. It got up to the Senate and it died in the Senate last summer. At the same time, the government of BC has been working to put in place its own enabling legislation. One of the things about international instruments is that they don't have effect within Canada unless Canada endorses them and puts in place implementation legislation domestically to make the international instrument function and be effective. So importantly, in a historic step, the government of BC put in place the UN Declaration Act this fall. And it has some very important components that our panelists are here to share with you and discuss. Really acknowledge the work of BC. One of the panelists, Jessica Wood, Assistant Deputy Minister, was very closely involved, and so too was Cheryl Casimir. They're part of the team of people that were leading the development of this particular law and this bill through its development and drafting through to its ratification and getting the royal assent that it did in the fall. So the panel is going to start with Jessica. And so Jessica Wood is the Assistant Deputy Minister for the Reconciliation, Transformation and Strategies Division of the Government of British Columbia. She led the development of Bill 41. She's been involved in the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada's calls to action and learnings from the relevant case law, such as the Chilcotin decision. And now her division is leading the development of the Provincial Action Plan in support of the implementation of the Act. Known as Sisit-Yoks, a woman who creates change, Jessica is from the Gitxsan and Tsimshian First Nations with extended roots among the Tahltan and Nisga'a nations. So please join me in welcoming Jessica Wood to share some remarks with us today.
Amasai, Sisit-Yoks, di Baiyoh. As you heard, my name is Sisit-Yoks. For those of you who don't speak Smelgak yet, my English name is Jessica Wood, and I'm honored to be here today on Dekalth territory, and thank for the Claytley Tene for hosting us today. Darlene for the opening, and Regional Chief TG for the invitation to be here. I always open with where I come from and with my name, so you know. You heard my title, which is really long, with the Ministry of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation. But I want you to know not only what I'm accountable for in my job, but who I'm accountable to with my people. Because these are the types of spaces that our youth should be looking to. I'm one of the few Indigenous people in the provincial public service who's an executive. I am the only Indigenous ADM in the resource sector, and I'm one of the few Indigenous women who've had the benefit of working as an executive within the BC Public Service. And what that means is that I'm often in spaces as the first or the only. And that's an innovation space when you talk about business. But when you talk about government, it's a very isolating space. And what's so exciting about my job is I get to make change. You've heard the description of the work that our division does, and I was the instructing officer on the declaration legislation, honored to work with those who came together through the First Nations Leadership Council and advocated for the need for this legislation. We are articulating the minimum standards of human rights for Indigenous people in provincial law. But there are some hitches to that. It is one thing to affirm our rights in law, it is a whole other thing to act upon them. And to act upon them can be an act of governance, but it can also be an act of economy. We come from people who have, since time immemorial, had rich and robust systems of economies that have sustained us and allowed us to flourish and be healthy and sustain our communities since time immemorial, since creation. And now we find ourselves in an economy that for us is fairly new. And I'm excited to be a part of something that really helps facilitate us taking our rightful place as part of that economy and sharing our wisdom and improving those economies so that these two multiple truths can join. We talk about all kinds of legal pluralisms. We have them in so many other ways, and there's a pluralism in our economies that can actually sustain us all. And I think we have some real leadership and wisdom in this room and from our communities that can really help the province and to lead the way. So while I'm here in my role today as Assistant Deputy Minister, I'm also here as a Tsimshian woman, as a Giksan woman, as a granddaughter, and as a mother. And for us to talk about where we're going, we have to consider a little bit about what got us here. There have been a lot of court decisions, particularly mentioned by Doug in his opening remarks, that have led us to the need for such a piece of legislation. On November 28th, affirmed in law, the humanity of Indigenous people was affirmed in provincial law in a way that has never been contemplated in Western history before. Now, this is the sum of decades of work of Indigenous people, much of which started as a protest, much of which started as advocacy. And when you think about some of the financial powerhouses in this community, in this province, the Tahltan, Jerry Asp started with a protest. And so when we think about the situations we find ourselves in today and the dichotomy that's raised by a piece of legislation that champions human rights, it will only be as good as it is when we act on it together. That is what the opportunity presents us with this legislation, and that is the opportunity that it presents for us in business, is that it's time that we do this together. We've tried everything else. We have literally tried everything else but doing this together. And when we do it together, and you do it over time, and even if it starts with a protest, you can see that over time our humanity and our relationships evolve. And we start to find things in investment in each other and in each other's interests and business and community in a way that is transformative. The Tahltan Nation itself has a place in the mining industry where Jerry Asp is in the Mining Hall of Fame. And that started with a protest. So we are not defined by our conflicts, but how we address them, how we move through them, and the opportunities that they actually present. So I know that there is a lot of attention being put to the discrepancies between our new law and some of the conflicts on the ground and that conflicts and negotiations that individual nations face. And that is fair. When we start to put light to where we want to go and we take inventory of where we are, it can look like a really long way. But that distance always needed to be traveled. But the only way we're actually going to get there is if we do it together. So that's a little bit of how I come to this work. I have the best job in the province as far as I'm concerned. I get to do, as Minister Fraser calls it, and I'll quote him, constructive damage to the status quo. But when I say that, the only reason that this has been made possible is because of the leadership that has come before. And that has come from the BCAFN, the First Nations Summit, the Union of BC Indian Chiefs, individual court actions, but also business making room. Starting those relationships, the only reason that this legislation was not only introduced, made it through 23 hours of debate in committee stage, and was passed unanimously by all sides of the House, was because the business community and the leaders, the stakeholders, and the other levels of government and nations all came together and invested and said it's time. So this wasn't done despite, this was done because. This was done because of the leadership that's been shown in these fields and in these industries. And I have the best job in the world because I get to talk with everybody about hope. I get to talk to everybody about hope at times of conflict, but also to be in rooms like this where the Pathways to Agreement was just signed. And the piece that sat with me is that this is really all about people, and that this became day zero for the community here to take the rightful place again on the territory as leaders for themselves. That self-determination is really important. It's the only thing that will bring us in a government-to-government relationship. The last thing I want to say before I pass the mic on to some really amazing and powerful people is there are so many ways in which money has power, and you can see divestments from all types of investments with different funds and portfolios all around the world. The goal here is something different. We have a government and an opportunity to prioritize climate change, affordability, Indigenous human rights, and sustainability. That to me is a robust investment and opportunity for anybody that really wants to make it and wants to do partnership in a good way and wants to do business in a good way. I'm honored to be a part of that. Thank you.
I need a bigger, comfy couch. So our next speaker is Cheryl Casimir. She's a citizen of the Taknaka Nation and is from the community of Akwam, which is located near Cranbrook. Ms. Casimir is the former chief and counselor of the Akwam First Nation, and she is also previously the director of Treaty, Lands and Resources from the Tanaka Treaty Council. Ms. Casimir has served on numerous boards and committees over the past 20 years, including one term as co-chair of the First Nations Summit in 2002 to 2004, and one term as the board member of the BC Assembly of First Nations. She has also previously served as a board member and president of the Tanaka Kimbat Child and Family Services Society. Ms. Casimir was elected in June 2019 for the third consecutive year term on the First Nations Summit Political Executive. And with that, I would like to welcome Cheryl. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlene, Chief Charlene Gale. Gisuk yukit kapinaskir, who sukit kukni nausun miyetki, who sukit kukni guwam, klikli tene amakis. Good morning, everyone. My name is Cheryl Casimir, as was mentioned. My Tanaka name is Aksmaknak Bitsak Balki. I'm a citizen of the Tanaka Nation, and my nation is located in the southeastern corner of the province. My community is Akam, and I know that when we try to use other people's languages and words, we sometimes don't pronounce them quite properly, and so I just want to bug Charlene a little bit. When she attempted to say the name of my community, she said Akwam. Akwam means tripe in my language. Anyways, I'd like to start off by acknowledging Elder Darlene for the beautiful way that she helped get us started off, and I really like the way that she talks to us about making sure we take a deep breath and get ourselves grounded. And when she was talking about that, it kind of reminded me about my tattoo. I don't know if you can see it from back there, but this is a design of an ancient Sanskrit design, which means breathe. And it means it's the first thing you do when you are born, and it's the last thing you do when you die. So it was really touching to hear Elder Darlene talk about the importance of making sure we take those deep breaths every day and remind ourselves that we are alive and that we are gifts. So I thank her for that. In my language, I did acknowledge the Lheidli T'enneh for allowing us to do business here on their traditional territory. And I'd also like to acknowledge Regional Chief Terry Teegee for hosting this event and inviting me to be a part of this panel. Just let me do this. I was doing really well about, as I was preparing to make this presentation, until somebody said that it was being live streamed. I was like, oh God, it's gonna be in the records forever. So anyway, I'm really glad to be here to talk to you about Bill 41, the legislation, the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act, and in the context of business. And so we know the importance of the necessity of having certainty and predictability when it comes to business. It's a very important objective. However, if the full potential, though, of the declaration and legislation is to be realized, we have to do more than just provide certainty to business. We need to establish foundations for partnerships, collaboration, and reconciliation. So today I'm going to talk about what it's going to take for the full potential of the declaration to be realized in British Columbia. And as you'll also note in your agenda, there are some questions that will be posed during the question-answer period, and my presentation, I hope to address the question to a certain extent, the second one about certainty and predictability. As I spoke my language this morning, my language is an isolate, so it means it's not linked to any other language in the world. It is unique to us as Tanakha people, as unique as Carrier Sakani is to the Carrier Sakani, as unique as the Musqueam language is to the Musqueam, and so forth and so forth. And so I think that that's really important when we start talking about the solutions that we need to seek and the solutions that we need to put into place together between ourselves as Indigenous peoples, and whether it's with the Crown or whether it's with business or industry. In order to establish that level of certainty and predictability, those solutions have to be as unique as we are, and that there are no cookie cutters. There are no cookie cutter solutions in this work that we have to do together. We're in an era of reconciliation, and the legal and political landscape has no doubt changed, and it is shifting. It's continuing to shift. And I think that what's important is the Crown has heard from us loud and clear when it comes to business, that we are no longer interested in managing our poverty. We have been doing that for far too long. And it's time that we be taken seriously as owners of our lands, and to be able to be full partners sitting at tables making decisions about issues that affect us. So before we can fully appreciate what is required to realize the full potential of the Declaration, we need to revisit the purpose of the Declaration and what it accomplishes. So first and foremost, the Declaration establishes the minimum standards for the survival, dignity, and well-being of Indigenous peoples throughout the world. Throughout the world, Indigenous peoples have had their lands, waters, and resources confiscated, used, occupied, or damaged, and Indigenous self-determination, governance, jurisdiction, laws, and legal orders have been undermined through the imposition of colonial regimes and laws. These factors have led to the impoverishment of many Indigenous peoples throughout the world, and their dependence on colonial governments for their survival and well-being. So it's no surprise that the Declaration is fundamentally a remedial instrument aimed at overcoming the marginalization of Indigenous peoples that resulted from colonization. So what is it going to take for the full potential of the Declaration? For the potential of the Declaration to be realized, we must address the undermining of Indigenous governance, jurisdictions, laws, and legal orders that resulted from colonization and the imposition of colonial regimes and laws. As well, we must reverse the impoverishment, marginalization, and dependence that has resulted from the dispossession of our lands. The Declaration sets out a blueprint for change to reverse the impoverishment and marginalization of Indigenous peoples and the undermining of our governance, jurisdiction, and legal systems. It is not possible within the short time that we have together today to discuss how each of the 46 articles of the Declaration will contribute to addressing the marginalization of Indigenous peoples, but I will highlight what I believe are some of the key provisions of the Declaration that must be implemented for its full potential to be realized for Indigenous and non-Indigenous peoples to prosper together. So what does the Declaration have to say about addressing the undermining of Indigenous governance, jurisdiction, and laws? The Declaration starts by recognizing that Indigenous peoples have the right to self-determination at Article 3. In addition to recognizing the self-determination of Indigenous nations, the Declaration provides a blueprint for reconciling Indigenous and Crown jurisdictions, in part through shared decision-making. Article 18 recognizes that Indigenous peoples have the right to participate in decision-making in matters which affect their rights, in accordance with their own procedures. Federal and provincial laws relating to land and resource management unquestionably affect the rights of Indigenous peoples in British Columbia. In fact, federal and provincial laws relating to land and resource management have been among the greatest sources of conflict between Indigenous peoples and Crown governments in this province. This in turn has resulted in much litigation between the Crown and Indigenous peoples. So the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act similarly sets the stage for shared decision-making between the provincial Crown and Indigenous nations in British Columbia. The Act provides a framework for provincial ministers to enter into agreements with Indigenous governing bodies for the joint exercise of statutory decision-making powers. Shared decisions that are made together in an orderly fashion through co-developed processes are not likely to become the subject of conflict and litigation. So the framework for shared decision-making set out in the Act has the potential to transform the relationship between Indigenous peoples in the province from one of conflict to one of partnership and collaboration, which in turn will contribute to greater certainty and predictability in the management of lands and resources in this province, which will greatly benefit the business community. And I had the honor of being here just last week, in this very room. It was full to capacity, it was standing room only, when the Carrier Sakani, the six nations, signed Pathways 2.0 with the provincial government. And that was a reconciliation agreement, the first of its kind, of its magnitude in this province. And so it was a great day to be here to witness that. And that was as a result of working with each other and being able to work in collaboration and come to an agreement that is going to benefit the Carrier Sakani now and into the future for future generations. So I really hold up my hands to Regional Chief and his team of chiefs. Some of the chiefs are in this room. I see Chief Dan George. I see Chief Alex McKinnon, I just about forgot. And there are a number of other people that were here that signed off on the agreement the other day. So congratulations to you all. And I know that it definitely is going to be a framework for other nations to take a look at and see what the potential is for them to be able to enter into similar agreements, if that's the type of agreement that you're interested in doing. As a political executive for the First Nations Summit, our mandate is specific to supporting those nations that are in treaty negotiations. And I know that not all nations are interested in the treaty process, but for those that are, that is another means of being able to address the issue of reconciling interests between Indigenous nations and the Crown, and coming together and concluding agreements that are constitutionally protected. So that's just another example of work that can happen. So the Declaration starts by recognizing rights of Indigenous peoples in and to their lands. Article 26.1 states that Indigenous peoples have the rights to the lands, territories, and resources which they have traditionally owned, occupied, and otherwise used or acquired. Just as the conflict and litigation that has resulted from federal and provincial laws that affect Indigenous rights, Crown denial of Aboriginal title has led to conflict and litigation in this province as well. And we don't need to look far for evidence of this type of conflict. We heard today through comments by Regional Chief the situation that's unfolding at Unistoten with the Wet'suwet'en people. That's an example of conflict. There's other examples, the 1995 standoff at Gustafson Lake, numerous anti-logging blockades and demonstrations similar to the 30-year challenge that my nation, the Tanaka Nation, had with the province for what was called Jumbo Glacier Resort or Jumbo Glacier Project. To us, that's Gutmuk, of which we just recently were able to kibosh and put an end to the notion of developing a ski resort on the glacier and in a protected and sacred area of the Tanaka people. But those are examples of conflict that have taken place over the years in our territory. And as a result of that, almost all of Aboriginal title litigation in this country has originated from British Columbia, beginning with the Calder case in 1973, followed by the Delgamuukw case in 1997, and most recently with the 2014 Silcoteen case, where the Supreme Court of Canada, for the first time in Canadian history, made a declaration of Aboriginal title. So looking back in regard to lands that have been confiscated and taken in the past, Article 28.1 states that Indigenous peoples have the right to redress by means that can include restitution, or where that is not possible, just, fair, and equitable compensation. Further elaboration on what constitutes just, fair, and equitable compensation is set out in Article 28.2, which states, compensation shall take the form of lands, territories, and resources equal in quality, size, and legal status, or monetary compensation. Looking forward, Article 26.3 directs states to give legal protection to the lands, territories, and resources that Indigenous peoples have traditionally owned, occupied, or otherwise used or acquired. So now I'm just going to move into a bit about Bill 41, the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act. And I just want to state that this just didn't come out of nowhere. This is action item number 1 out of a number of concrete actions that have been identified through what we refer to as the commitment document, which is a document that was created and entered into by the BC First Nations Leadership Council and the province of British Columbia. I also want to acknowledge that a lead on this file is also Regional Chief Terry Teegee and Gukbi Judy Wilson, who was not able to make it today due to other commitments. But we sit at the table on behalf of the Leadership Council to breathe life into the commitment document. And as I mentioned, action item number 1 was to work on the development of legislation on the rights of Indigenous peoples. So through the commitment document, we sat down and started to work on Bill 41. And I also want to acknowledge the hard work and the commitment and dedication of Jessica, because I don't think that we would have been able to achieve what we have in the manner of which we were able to if it hadn't been for the dedication of Jessica at our table. So we have to work on a couple of things. The implementation of the declaration is to be accomplished through 2 primary means. The first is through the development of an action plan to achieve the objectives of the declaration, and this is set out in section 4.1 of the Act. The second is through the province taking all measures necessary to ensure that the laws of British Columbia are consistent with the declaration, and that's set out in section 3 of the Act. In other words, addressing the past confiscation of Indigenous lands and their future protection are to be accomplished through development of the action plan and through aligning provincial laws with the declaration. While addressing past confiscation and their future protection of our lands is largely a matter for Indigenous and Crown governing bodies to address, resolution of these matters will contribute to greater certainty and predictability in the province regarding land and resource ownership. greater certainty and predictability regarding land and resource ownership in the province will in turn provide greater certainty and predictability for the business community in connection with land and resource developments. I'm going to just skip through this because I've got way too much here. So if we're going to prosper together, how are we going to be able to do that? Well, responsibility for implementing the blueprint for change that is set out in the Declaration and in the Act rests primarily with the Crown and Indigenous peoples, as I've said. However, achieving the survival, dignity, and well-being of Indigenous peoples, which is a key overarching objective of the Declaration, and establishing a foundation for Indigenous, non-Indigenous peoples to prosper together cannot be accomplished without the support of the industry and the business community. So what can business and industry do to support? There's many ways that you can support reconciliation and help lay the foundation for Indigenous, non-Indigenous people to prosper together. The sharing of wealth from developments between Indigenous nations and industry has occurred primarily through impact benefit agreements. We would obviously encourage the continued use of IMBAs as a means of prospering together. And there are other innovative and longer-term ways through which the goal of prospering together can be achieved. For example, developers may wish to consider entering into true partnerships with Indigenous nations on whose territories their land and resource development is situated. And there are numerous examples of successful partnerships between Indigenous nations and industry throughout the province, and we heard many of those last week at the Natural Resources Forum that was held here in Prince George. Having said all of that, it's not all going to be easy and it's not going to be rosy. There are definitely going to be some challenges that lie ahead. And so some of those challenges are going to be the necessity to be able to sit down and have patience and endurance and sustained political will by Indigenous and Crown governments. It took over 150 to 200 years for the impoverishment and marginalization of Indigenous peoples to occur. So changing that is not going to happen overnight. The Declaration and the Act are without a doubt significant milestones on the pathway to reconciliation. However, real change does not result merely from the passage of declarations and legislation. Instead, real change results from implementation of the provisions of the Declaration and the legislation, and this is going to take time, hard work, and endurance. And we will undoubtedly face challenges in developing the action plan to implement the Declaration. We have a huge task ahead of us as Leadership Council and the province to begin that engagement process with nations across the province to talk about what are those priority areas, what are those priority laws that you want to have us to start working on aligning through the action plan. So we're going to need to rely on you to help us do a lot of this work. So in closing, the Declaration and the Act is not going to solve all of our problems. However, these instruments equip us with the tools required to address the issues that have led to conflict between and among Indigenous peoples, government, and industry. These instruments also equip us with tools required to create greater certainty and predictability regarding the ownership, management, and development of lands and resources in British Columbia. Addressing sources of conflict and establishing greater certainty and predictability should pave the way for greater collaboration and partnerships between Indigenous peoples and industry. Greater collaboration and partnerships between Indigenous peoples and industry will in turn establish a solid foundation for all British Columbians to prosper together. We look forward with great anticipation to the work that lies ahead. And I thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today, and I welcome any questions that you may have for me. Thank you.
Just like to thank the two speakers, Cheryl and Jessica, for the important work they're doing in this province and across this country. The message is very strong on how we need to move forward as nations, as governments, as industry leaders. So I really do believe when a First Nation is doing good, so is the local municipality. And it starts from the bottom, and we need to start looking at how do we change the way we are doing business from the last 100 years into this new decade. And I'm excited about the work that you guys are doing. You guys are strong women, and you got a lot of people backing you up in what you're doing and what you're saying. And so I commend you for that. So Masi. So Michael Goring is Goring. Okay, perfect, because I just got in trouble. I just wanted to point that out right away. Is the president and CEO of the Mining Association of British Columbia. He brings more than 22 years of experience providing public affairs and strategic communication advice of many of the Canadian natural resource companies. He is the vice president and the board of directors of the Vancouver Thunderbird Minor Hockey Association and is a past president of the board of directors of the Turning Point Recovery Society. He holds a bachelor's degree of arts in political science from University of British Columbia and pursued graduate studies in international policy economy at SFU. And I'd like to welcome you up here. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everybody. I'm very pleased to be here today. I want to just thank Darlene for that really warm welcome and kind of got me tapped into where I needed to be and reminded me we go deep down into our kind of being and where the wisdom is, and we all have that, which tells me and told me this morning that we're all connected. I'm pleased to be here on the unceded traditional territory of the Click-Lake-Tenay First Nation. And before I begin, I just want to take the opportunity to acknowledge Regional Chief TG as well. And he, among others, including Cheryl and Jessica, played a key role in bringing the declaration to the floor of the BC legislature just a few months ago, where it became law. So congratulations. And with the passage of the declaration, we're certainly now in I think you'd call it a watershed moment in our provinces and in our country's history. At the Mining Association of BC, we're optimistic that the declaration will advance meaningful reconciliation and enable and generate greater certainty on the land and be a rising tide to lift all boats. And so to this end, as the president and CEO of the Mining Association, I readily accepted the invitation to join you here today to speak about the role of mining and business in advancing economic reconciliation and how the declaration may or may not affect business. Before I go further, in preparing for today, it struck me that I would probably do better just to shut up and listen. Being here for my first time to present to the BCAFN. There's probably more value to be generated for me to listen than to present. But I was asked to come speak, so that's what I'm going to do. But I want you to know as the president and CEO of the Mining Association, my ears are open, and they will be during the Q&A, and I welcome the opportunity to chat with anybody afterwards. So in recent years, BC's mining sector has taken a lead role in advancing economic reconciliation through numerous agreements, partnerships, and collaborative efforts that reflect the Declaration's principles. We're proud that mining is the largest private sector employer of Indigenous people in Canada. And at the Bruce Jack and Red Chris mines, for example, in the Northwest, some 30% of each mine's workforce are Tahltan. Yet despite these numbers, we know that Indigenous peoples are underrepresented in our industry. And while some 25% of our workforce is going to retire in the next 5 to 10 years. So there's opportunity. And we're working with the province to develop a strategy to increase the number of Indigenous people in our workforce. You may have heard of the Mining Jobs Task Force that was set up year before last, and that consisted of reps from government, industry, labor, environmental organization, and Indigenous communities. And through that, government contracted a study to look at ways to attract and retain more Indigenous people into mining careers. And I know that study is progressing, and we look forward to its recommendations. Importantly, our members have also become significant partners with Indigenous business. We conducted a supply chain study this last spring and summer, and we were pleased to find out that in 2018, BC's operating mines and 2 smelters purchased over $250 million, some $265 million worth of materials, goods, and services from 120 Indigenous affiliated businesses in the province. And Cheryl made reference to IBAs. Our sector continues to enter into very innovative impact benefit agreements with Indigenous communities. And we were also the first sector where the province and Indigenous nations entered into resource revenue sharing agreements. And that's actually become a model and a template in other provinces now. And I'm told that under these agreements, 46 nations have received a total of $98 million in payments to date. We're also one of the few sectors that has supported Indigenous nations to undertake their own environmental assessments on major projects. So, looking back, clearly we've made some progress since the days when the Indigenous communities on whose lands our mines are located did not have a say in the location, development, operation, or benefit produced by those mines. There's more work to do, but mining companies have emerged as an important driver of economic reconciliation. Human rights. We believe human rights is an important part of an emerging BC brand of responsibly produced minerals and metals that also have among the lowest GHG emission intensity in the world and are critical to the global transition to a low-carbon economy. Yet, despite our advances, I think we can all agree that the status quo wasn't working for anyone anymore. So that's why we, as a mining association, as a group of companies, are optimistic about the declaration and moving forward together in its implementation. In talking about the declaration and its impact on business in BC and our sector, allow me to briefly offer some context about mining. So our members are price takers, which basically means our goods are sold on the global market at a price that the market dictates. We can only stay in business if our products are cost competitive. And in BC, our costs are already higher than in many other jurisdictions due to the characteristics of the resource and our geography. So our industry is very cost sensitive. When seeking capital investment in our sector, we are competing against other jurisdictions that may be less expensive to operate in, or they may have a more streamlined and efficient regulatory system, or they may not have the environmental standards that we have. So to attract the investment, we need to demonstrate we can build our mines and produce our minerals and metals on time and on budget with a high degree of certainty, and in a responsible way that defines our BC brand. So capital has options, and it dislikes uncertainty and ambiguity above all else. And right now, attracting it into BC isn't that easy. So aside from cannabis stocks, there's 2 key factors related to that. While we have very high standards in the province, our regulatory system has become too complex, too costly, and takes too much time and is stifling innovation. And second, while we support a price signal on carbon, and have done so from the beginning, our mines are currently on a highly uneven playing field with mines in Canada and other jurisdictions. So right now, no other mines in Canada pay the carbon tax that our operating mines in BC do. So we have 22 mines in BC right now. 14 are currently operating, 7 are in care and maintenance and could operate again, and 1 is moving towards closure. It can easily take 6 to 7 years to assess and permit a mine, and many years longer to obtain a final investment decision and construct the mine. So we like to say that the regulatory environment we're in today is what will or will not build the mines of tomorrow. Developing a new mining project in BC these days takes far too long and comes with far too much uncertainty, while our costs to operate continue to increase and impact our ability to compete in world markets. So against this background, we've done some research, and if there are no new mine expansions or new mines built, there will only be 5 mines operating in BC 20 years from now. So that's a precipitous drop for one of the province's key employers. So, as we move toward implementation of the declaration, we share your optimism. However, it's important to note that we are observing a widening gap in expectations and an understanding of what the declaration is and isn't among the province, nations, and project proponents. Meanwhile, statutory decision makers are in the unenviable position of trying to find their way through the ambiguity. So what we need to attract long-term capital investment is certainty in decision making. And Cheryl made reference to this. But I got to say, I believe that this is a shared goal. So how do we get to the certainty we need to sustain the mining sector in BC? We have to get there together. Insofar as the mining sector is concerned, by listening, engaging, cooperating, and collaborating together, we can grow and sustain our shared prosperity and lasting reconciliation. So let me just address a couple of the questions that were directed to the panelists. 1, how will the declaration affect the planning and decision-making process of projects? And 2, how can the declaration create certainty and predictability for doing business in BC? So we're all together standing at the front of this process and seeking the same thing: certainty and clarity. Some of you know, mining projects have a very long life cycle, often with decades of exploration work being done before a project is deemed viable. Through the exploration phase, project proponents and nations have worked together to establish open dialogue, meaningful and collaborative relations, and functioning partnerships. So from our perspective, our members are going to continue to engage with nations at the earliest part of a project's life cycle. That will remain the same. However, what does change for industry is the explicit need to seek consent under the declaration. The Revitalized Environmental Assessment Act anticipated the declaration. It enables nations to undertake their own assessments, as well as for a nation or nations to undertake the assessment on the part of the province. This is an uncharted territory for our sector. As I mentioned earlier, we previously supported a nation undertaking their own EA. Importantly, we also share the province's goal of reaching decisions on environmental assessments under the new Act in a timely and transparent manner. So to this end, it's our hope that a well-functioning dispute resolution process will keep the process going and give comfort to all parties. Timely decision-making will increase confidence in the process and ultimately It will engender greater confidence in BC as a world-class mining jurisdiction, one that attracts investment and talent and contributes in a greater way to economic reconciliation and long-term prosperity. I think there's still real significant opportunity in mining in British Columbia. And as an optimist, I would argue that the industry's best days are yet to come. Fundamental to this opportunity is the need to work together. And that's a message I'm here to deliver to you. So to move from uncertainty and conflict towards shared understanding, cooperation, collaboration, and partnership is our goal. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much to the three panelists for the comments that you've provided on this important issue. We're going to shift into Q&A. This is an important opportunity for the delegates to have a chance to put their questions forward. This is obviously a very innovative moment, transformative moment in our province and the economy. People will have lots of questions about the UN Declaration Act, what it means for your First Nation, what it means for your region, what it means for your business, how it is intended to reshape the economy across the province. How will that work? How can you participate in the action plan? All of these, the various questions that you may have. I want to just reflect again. There's something about what Michael talked about this being a new place. Uncharted territory. I want to be clear that where I'm from in Snuneymuxw, in the 1850s, the mining economy of British Columbia, the mining industry, I guess the first association of mining began when the fledgling colony of Vancouver Island, when they were trying to build an economy for themselves, they realized there was coal in Snuneymuxw territory. And in the 1850s, in the early 1850s, it was not a controversial idea. It was not uncharted territory. It was well-established law and practice, policy of the government, of the Crown of the time, that prior to seeking to extract coal from Snuneymuxw, they would have to first establish the right relationship with the Snuneymuxw people. That is why we have the Pre-Confederation Treaty from 1854. So it was December 23rd, 1854, when that issue was sorted out between the Crown and between the Snuneymuxw people with respect to enabling access to coal. So that very thing was at the very root and the foundation of why there's a treaty. Why is it necessary? That's what consent is. There was a discussion about consent. We know that we cannot access this coal without the consent and the agreement and the partnership, and without respecting and recognizing the rights of the local indigenous peoples whose territory this is. So in some ways we had it right in the very early part of this province's history. Unfortunately, after December 23rd, 1854, government policy shifted. They moved away from that treaty-making approach back then based on recognition and respect. They shifted into the patterns of denial that have led to the miserable reality of the last 150 years and longer. So my comment is about how this work of everything that the UN Declaration represents, all of the dynamics that are at play domestically within Canada and British Columbia, are all aimed effectively at getting us back to that original place of proper respect and recognition. So this isn't uncharted territory. This is territory. This is a place where we've been, and where my people have been directly. So with that, I just want to open up the floor. I can't see where, every time I look for where Claire is about this technology, I'm not sure, has it been put up? Where is Claire? I need to see where Claire is. Oh, there she is back there. Claire, can you share, so have people been contributing questions so far?
No, there's some 4 questions here.
2 people have? Okay.
And so if everybody goes to www.menti.com.
So www.menti.com on your phones or devices will bring you to a place where you can enter in that code to link you into this particular tool that we're using, where you can put questions forward. Right now we have mics on the floor where if people have questions they want to ask the panelists, then you can now get up and go and get your questions put forward. So let's just open up the floor. We've got mic 1, mic 2. Who's going to stand up and ask the first question of the panel? It doesn't have to be a chief. Although it could be Chief McKinnon for sure. There's a question over here. There's I think if you stand up to mic 2, you can please ask your question. Or sir, over here. Chief Willie Blackwater.
Thank you. Testing 1. There you go. I have questions for all 3 panelists. The hardest one is for Cheryl, because I know her. Just kidding. Anyway, for Jessica, reconciliation. I hear this terminology everywhere I go. Everywhere I go. But it's a terminology that is revolved around those that don't live in the community, right? As you're probably aware of, I'm the named plaintiff in the Blackwater et al. Historical Residential Court case, right? So my question is, what do you think reconciliation means to grassroots people? Because I'm sure the term, these questions can be answered. I'm going to ask all 3 of the questions and you just answer later. What do you think it means to grassroots people in our communities? And how can First Nation communities who have limited land base on our reserves begin to even think of, have a fathom to develop economic development projects? Because we have very limited land base, so it's kind of hard. And I'm the chief of Gitchigukla, and we've been in co-management, third party, for close to 3 decades. We're just in the process of finally going to go into self-management. But our biggest challenge is trying to get our own source revenue through economic development, right? So that's for Jessica. For Cheryl, how will the declaration contribute to the social determinants that are funded, and how can they work collectively with a different funding from the federal, because on reserve we're federal, and provincial with a declaration? How can we maximize so it'll work hand in hand with the federal? And the sharing of wealth is one of the key things, the biggest challenges that we as First Nation have. For time immemorial, I can only speak on Gitchan, what has happened to us, but we've had our timber reaped from our territories for quite a few decades. And yet we live in progress, third-party environment. Our houses in Gitchigukla have anywhere from 2 to 4 families per house. Until recently, probably 5 years ago, our house majority of our houses were unlivable because there's neglect for 20, 30 years of not been having funds to fix it up. But we finally got an agreement with this, and we've renovated all 134 houses in one form or another in Gitchigukla. But that still doesn't take care of our overcrowding in the houses. So when you talk about sharing of wealth, I also sit on a First Nations Major Project Coalition Board of Director. And well, that's one of the key things that the coalition is doing is helping First Nations work together to share the wealth and own the respective things going through their territory. And for Michael, I was just teasing Cheryl, the hardest one is for you. The primary concept, because you spoke, start your speech around reconciliation too, right? All I want to do is get everyone to understand what reconciliation means to me. I heard a young tribal leader in Lower Post speak about reconciliation, and he had an identical meaning that I've been carrying for quite a while. I'm a survivor of residential school. So reconciliation means that the first thing I need to do is reconcile with myself. Then I reconcile with staff and those that abuse me in residential school. I have to reconcile with the system, which I've started with my court case, right? Then I reconcile with my family, my wife, my children, then my relatives, then my community, then my nation in Gitchan, community of Gitchagukla. Only then would I have an open mind, an open heart to actually understand how I can help Gitchagukla fully implement all aspects of the Declaration. These are the things that need to be understood first. Reconciliation is that it needs to be brought to the grassroots people. I stand here before you as an elected chief of Gitchagukla, and these are what our community members are saying. Reconciliation, because they go to different types of meetings, that's all they speak about. And they all say, nobody has ever come and asked us what reconciliation means. So thank you.
Are we good? You can hear me? Excellent. Thank you for the questions and for sharing how you come to do that, how you come to those questions. You asked too for me, if I heard them correctly, and what do I think reconciliation means to grassroots people? And you might see me in my blazer and I might have a title, but I also come from a village. And I worked on the residential school settlement agreement. I did a caseload of 3,000. I understand the impacts of policy and law on Indigenous people that is so far removed from our lived realities on the ground that I actually think that this act in itself gives us a tool to reflect our own humanity through laws that don't even recognize that we exist. On that day, my children were in the house. My partner was in the house as Giksan and Tsimshan youth, watching their humanity affirmed for the first time in all of our lived generations, in law, in a place where it's not meant for us, is what we think. But that's a lie. Because if I can be here, and I'm just a girl from the village, then they can be there. And they can expect more in the same things that anybody else in this country and in this province expects. The opportunity to have a good education, to be able to have a home, to be able to live a good life, to take care of your family, to prosper with everything, to not be subjected to limits. And that takes me to your so when it talks about what it means for grassroots people, is that opportunity to thrive and to not manage poverty. We come from people who have managed incredible wealth since time immemorial It's time to not manage poverty. We know how to do that really well. We've managed and we've survived, but we actually know how to excel. My GA runs a B&B and a catering company in our village. She's over 75, I won't say how far, and she's mostly blind and mostly deaf, and I can't keep up. So she has shown me what entrepreneurship and ingenuity and persistence has done for our family, and I feel an immense teaching from that. But when it comes to economic development in communities that are limited by land access, resource access, impacts of development, I understand that, but there's some concepts around business where we limit Indigenous people in ways that are not necessary. And one is that we only invest on our reserve, that our money can't leave. 80% of our populations are off reserve. If 80% of your population is in the South, invest your money in the South to take care of those people and have the avenues to come home. We have opportunities to work with our monies and our opportunities in ways that we haven't even conceptualized because we keep getting placed in really tiny boxes. There is expertise in Indigenous communities about mining that would do well to be transported to South America as an expert of how you actually empower Indigenous people, do development in an ethical way, and involve business and be part of a business where everybody prospers. These are teachings and wisdom that we have. So we think about our economies on such a small scale, and I know, Doug, you mentioned candy stores as our economies. Forgot cigarettes and pull tabs. Mm-hmm. These are really but we've done that, but those are scalable. And the thing is we employ our own communities, and we invest in our regions, but our investment can go with our people. So that's just something that I would say in terms of opportunity there.
I'm going to answer the question posed to me regarding the social determinants and how it fits in with the declaration, as well as the point about the federal jurisdiction. And I will do my best. Chief Willie Blackwater, thank you for the questions. First of all, in terms of the social determinants, there are a number of articles in the declaration that speak specifically to social issues. And because the exercise in front of us is to take a look at the existing provincial laws and align them with the standards in the declaration, it's through that process that we're going to be able to address some of the issues that you're raising. But Article 20, for example, speaks specifically to Indigenous peoples have the right to maintain and develop their political, economic, and social systems of institutions, to be secure in the enjoyment of their own means of subsistence and development, and to engage freely in all their traditional and other economic activities. And so it's those principles, those standards that we have to use to align the provincial laws. Also, in terms of social determinants, we've also been working on the commitment document to address a number of priorities that have been identified by the chiefs over the past few years, and one of them, of course, is child and family. And we've been expending a lot of time and resources in working on making sure that we can decrease the number of Aboriginal children in care. And through that lobbying and advocating and the work that we've done as a leadership council, we were able to get to the point where C-92, the federal legislation, has come into play, and it is now in full force and effect, which allows nations to be able to draw down jurisdiction and authorities related to child welfare. You can now implement your own traditional laws around child welfare. In terms of the federal component, the Leadership Council has met with Minister Bennett, Ministers Lametti and Miller, and our message to them has been very clear, because Minister Bennett has reported out to the chiefs that it is in her mandate letter that she needs to develop federal legislation to implement the United Nations Declaration by the end of this year. And so we've told her that because of the work that we've done in British Columbia, BC needs to have a space at that table when they start to begin that work. and that there's no point in really recreating the wheel. We've done the work. We have some experts here in this province, and we need to make sure that whatever is going to be developed at the federal level doesn't negatively impact the work that we've done here in British Columbia.
Thanks, Cheryl. Thanks for your question, Chief Blackwater. And what I heard was, what does reconciliation mean to the mining industry? Okay. I would say that reconciliation is about economic and social justice, about having a say, about being included in decision making with the Crown. I was up here last week for the BC Natural Resources Forum and was on a panel with Chief French of the TACLA and Catherine Tenise of SNAHA. And Catherine had a powerful story about there are many steel-making coal mines in southeast BC, and how the trains would get loaded up with that steel-making coal and leave their territory, and there would be nothing in return. And that is changing, has changed. They have, I think, almost succeeded in IBA. And there's a different attitude on the industry's part. That's not to say that every company is aligned with where we want to go with the declaration. But the clear majority get it. Everybody read the Silcotin decision, understands it. This is before the declaration. As I've said, for the most part in mining, we've been advancing economic reconciliation with nations for some time. But what is different, to your question, again, is really the need to, in a more explicit way, seek consent.
All right, thank you. We have about 5 minutes left in this particular session. There's a number of different questions that are coming through on the board, and I think that the two that sort of stick out in my mind are, what are the next steps in terms of the work under the Act? And then I think I saw a couple of questions about the common question about what is the difference between the veto and consent. So if I can ask the panel to address those two questions from that have been put forward, then we can conclude the panel with those two. So someone want to take a shot at both of those, next steps and veto and consent?
Sure, and I'll also, there's a question there about where can you find more information. Declaration.gov.bc.ca, and there's a joint website put up by both the government and the First Nations Leadership Council on the declaration, where there's a significant number of information going forward. In terms of veto and consent, just ask the easy questions, hey? Just lob a soft one our way, because if it was easy, everybody would do it. Here's how I approach the difference, and I think there's a really substantial difference. I think veto is a word that is used to shut down conversation and to put an end to collaboration and to opportunity around respect. I think veto is a misnomer, and it's not useful. When we're especially when what we're talking about is consent, and how do we pursue consent, and what does consent look like? Veto assumes that a decision is arbitrary, uninformed, cavalier, and probably not well supported. What I would say is that whether or not a nation says yes, no, tell me more, what could that mean for us, that it's about unadulterated, early, informed decision making, and the result of that may be about an individual project and the position of a nation. based on their elected leadership, their hereditary leadership, and their membership, but it's not arbitrary. And part of the declaration actually is direction to nations to reconstitute our decision-making authorities and institutions so that we can make these decisions, so that we can have the processes that we can determine for ourselves in our own legal orders about what that means. So I think that the difference between consent and veto is that they're two vastly different things, and they're tools. One is a tool on decision-making, the other is a tool to actually interrupt the opportunity to pursue it and to pursue self-determination.
Wow, what a great panel. Thank you so much. Let's give them a round of applause here. And before I hand off your gifts and allow you to leave the stage, I just wanted to just say that while sitting here, I realized that I had a community member in the room today. And it really makes me feel special when community members are able to come to things like this, because it's an honor and it really grounds you in the work that you do at home. So I just wanted to thank Crystal Bain for being here. She's an authentic Indigenous designer from my community who really takes the time to be out on the land to harvest our traditional animals and our medicines. And it really is important that I speak about this because not only that, her husband is a successful resource development business owner. They both have worked in our traditional territory for many years. And I think it's important to mention this because this is important because it puts us on our positive path of economic prosperity, but environmental and stewardship. I am very honored to come from Fort Nelson First Nation and be a Dene woman, and to be able to wear traditional clothing and mucklucks, and the things that Crystal does and the arts and crafts that she does in our community is so meaningful for every bead that is sewn into that moose hide or that fish scale that is put onto that beautiful piece of work. She travels across this country sharing what she does, and her company is in her footsteps. And I just want to invite you to her page because it's an amazing contribution to what we do as a nation and how we have to move forward. And I want to thank Michael because he mentioned environmental assessments and how proud he was of the First Nation to come forward and do that environmental assessment. Our people are already on the ground through trapping, through land use, through picking berries, or just being out there with your family. And so that's why it's so important for us to find ways to work together through land management, to be involved in those environmental assessments, to be doing the land monitoring. Who best to do that than the people that have been managing and looking after their lands and resources for thousands of years? So with that, I want to thank the panel today, Jessica, Cheryl, Michael, and you guys did an amazing job. Thank you for sharing your message, and masicho. Okay, so our next panel is the youth perspective on Indigenous entrepreneurship. And I would like to invite Justin Peters, who's the BCAFN Male Youth Rep. Oh, sorry. Everybody needs a break. I'm a slave driver, I'm sorry. My own council doesn't even get breaks, so I'm sorry. Let's have a break. Everybody meet the panelists, come take a picture with them, get some coffee, get some tea, get something in your belly, so mussy.
We're skipping over the break.
starting our youth panel immediately. So if you're in some riveting conversations, please remember what you're talking about it, and so you can talk about it during lunch. We'd like to continue on with our show right now, so if we could please direct our attentions towards the stage. Thank you. White huska halt in chase e squeeze in scumhishten, limp kullen shooten, limp marimpsten, kiwa slach. I said, my name is Inskimhishten, which is in Okanagan means language of the black bear. I said, thank you, creator, thank you for the medicine, and yes, friends, which sounds good in Okanagan. My name is Justin Peters. I'm from the Okanagan Indian Band. I'm currently the BCAFN male youth representative, and it's pretty sweet. I love it. These are great people, and you're all great people too. I'll briefly introduce myself, how I got here, and then I'll invite our first youth panelist to come and speak. And you're going to be amazed by these people, folks. These are great young leaders. You're in good hands. So how I got here is when I was a kid, I would go to my grandma's place and I'd go outside and I'd make these pretend cities, and I would say these people, they mine for gold and they trade it for cherries, and then they trade that for horses, and I made up these fake communities, these fake little worlds when I was a kid. And then I put it on a computer, and then I put it on paper, and I just had this real strong interest in how societies operate and how resources are traded and how society and how people govern them and whatnot. And I was just a huge, I don't know. I don't like calling myself a nerd anymore, but I was pretty obsessed about it. And then I also got really involved with Native youth groups where I learned about my culture, and it really gave me a sense of purpose and a sense of community and a sense of confidence to share my voice with other people. And so that led to me meeting with other people from across the province and meeting with leaders, politicians, and business people, and just getting a real interest in what's happening in our world. Because, I'm getting in too deep, but it eventually led me to the BCAFN, and I'm recently alumni of the Indigenous Youth Internship Program, where I worked with the Ministry of Jobs, Trade and Technology, as well as the Ministry of Indigenous Relationships and Reconciliation in the Joint Office of Indigenous Economic Development. And that's the reason there's acronyms, folks, because that's a mouthful. I would like to first introduce our first speaker, Taryn Gladue. Is that right? She's raised here in Prince George and from the Sucker Creek First Nations, and she has some very killer, beautiful clothing that she sells. But I'll let her tell you guys about it.
Thank you, Justin, and thank you everyone for being here to listen to us youth entrepreneurs speak and share our ideas today. Again, my name is Taryn Gladue. I am from Sucker Creek First Nations in Alberta, but I was born and raised here in Prince George, British Columbia. I'm not a big fan of public speaking, so I'm going to keep this pretty short and sweet. I'm the owner of Fine Feathers Vintage, an online high-end vintage and designer boutique. My business has a strong focus on sustainability, inclusivity, and female empowerment. What started out 10 years ago as a passion for all things fashion and an obsession for collecting vintage clothing has recently turned into my business adventure. My business will be celebrating its 6-month birthday next week, so I'm still really in the learning and beginning phases, and I'm excited to hear all the ideas that are going to be presented here today. Like I said, as an Indigenous woman, my business has a strong focus on sustainability. It's an incredibly important piece to me, as well as inclusivity and making sure that we see Indigenous designers and models represented in the fashion world. The fashion world can be notoriously inclusive and a wasteful industry, and I'm excited as an Indigenous woman to bring change to this industry and my ideas coming from an Indigenous standpoint. Again, keeping it short and sweet, I'm going to pass it off to the next person here.
White Huskahal to squeeze chikakstkam, Sama squeeze Rhino Olivarius, Col Inkamapalux Geekin Wit. Hello, good day, everyone. My name is Ryan Oliveris from the Okanagan Indian Band. I was thinking about preparing some notes for what I was going to speak today, but an elder back home told me to always speak from the heart. I wish I had those notes right now. No, I'm just kidding. But I actually have a quote that I want to kind of lead with. If I can find that. I've written 11 books, but each time I think, uh-oh, they're going to find me out. I run a game on everybody, and they're going to find me out. That's a quote from Maya Angelou, one of the best authors of our time, and she struggled with imposter syndrome. And that's something that I struggle with today, and I struggled with a lot in my past as well. So I just want to tell you a little bit about my story. I was a res kid that grew up on the Okanagan Indian Band. I got in a lot of trouble growing up and didn't really have much structure, it didn't have much of a clear path to where I wanted to go. But during this time, I found out I had the entrepreneurial spirit. And when I was about 13 years old, we had this border collie, and my auntie next door had a purebred pit bull. And she ended up having puppies, and my mom said, we should just get rid of them. We should just give them away for free. And I said, wait a second, there's a profit to be made here. So I went on Kijiji, put them up for $200 a pup, or a pop, I guess I should say, and ended up selling all of them. And I think it was because they were pit bulls, but they didn't really look like pit bulls. And I was like, and they were asking me, a 13-year-old, do you think they'll look like pit bulls when they get older? I was like, I think so. I think they will. Anyways, I made about $1,200 at 13 years old, and then gave my parents $200 for dog food. And so that wasn't very long-lived, and went into my next venture at about 16. The Okanagan Nation actually goes into the States, into Washington, into the Colville territory. So we go down there a lot, and I would pick up chewing tobacco for $13 for a log, and I'd bring it back here, go to powwows and whatnot, sell them for $15 a tin. Made pretty good money. But then everyone else started doing that. The market got saturated, so I got out of there when I could. But I didn't really, in high school, I didn't really try very hard, I guess. I didn't think I was very smart, and I barely graduated from school. And after school, I didn't really know what I wanted to do with my life. So I told my mom, I want to do some soul searching. I want to take some time and figure out what I want to do with my life. And that just consisted of playing Call of Duty for the next 2 months. And anyways, she found this program offered at the Friendship Center. It was designed to help you figure out your career path and employment opportunities, get you skills. So I decided to go into that. And we did some really unorthodox things, like standing on Bosu balls with 1 foot, passing beanbags to each other. And it was supposed to work on the left and right side of our brains, but I don't really know if it did anything for me. But the one thing that really kind of helped me was we did these aptitude tests. It was kind of like IQ tests to figure out what kind of career path you could take. And I didn't think I was going to score very high. I didn't think I was very smart. And I've even had people tell me this growing up. And not only did I score higher than everyone else in the program, but I scored higher than the people working at the Friendship Center that had master's degrees and stuff like that. And it was kind of eye-opening for me. So I started looking into possible programs. I started looking into various ones, and business is kind of what caught my eye. So it was about a month left in the program, and the instructor asked me, what do you plan on doing after this is done? And I said I wanted to go to TRU for business school. And she encouraged me in front of the other students, and I felt good about that decision at the time. But then later that day, she asked to speak to me in her office, and I thought she was going to help me figure out how to get there. But it was the complete opposite. She started telling me that she couldn't see me doing well in university, and that I'm better off going into trades. And that really bummed me out. But as a lot of First Nations youth experience this, with lateral violence and whatnot, and not really being encouraged to shoot for their goals. And long story short, I listened to her. I ended up going into welding for about 2 years, and it wasn't something I enjoyed. And it was one night I was on night shift, and I remember when you have your helmet down and you're doing this work, it can be pretty monotonous, and you have a lot of time to think and reflect. And I started thinking, wow, this is going to be my life. I'm going to do this for the rest of my life, and it's something that I don't like doing. And I had a panic attack. It was my first and only panic attack. And I remember my chest felt tight. It was hard to breathe. And it felt like this went on for a long time when it was probably only like a matter of minutes. And then I kind of had like an epiphany. I had this realization that I'm responsible for everything that has happened in my life, and I'm responsible for everything that's happens after this. And it's not my parents' fault that I didn't do well in school. I didn't have to listen to that instructor. It was all my responsibility. And from there on, I started taking more responsibility for my life. And that's something that I stand by today. So I ended up upgrading, getting into TRU, applied with to other universities such as UBC, got accepted to UBC as well, but it was for an arts program. And they said I could possibly apply to Sauder School of Business second year, but I didn't want to waste any more time. But in this first year, this is kind of where the imposter syndrome started to peek its ugly head. And I started to think it's only a matter of time before they find me out, before they realize I don't belong here. It's only a matter of time before the other students realize I don't belong here, and the professors. And the thing that kind of changed my perspective on this was my first year university writing class. And we had to write an essay on our experiences and whatnot. It was just kind of help the professor realize where we are with our writing. So I handed in my paper, and the next week she asked to speak to me after class. And I didn't have good experience when instructors want to speak to me later or after class and whatnot. But she began to tell me that I was a good writer and that I belonged in university. And that's something that I'll always remember because it really helped me, I guess, it helped me realize that I had potential. So from that point forward, I started taking responsibility and trying to work to become the best version of myself. And a lot of great opportunities presented themselves. And after that first year, I wrote myself a letter. There's this website called futureme.org. You can write yourself a letter and send it to yourself whenever you want. And then I kind of forgot all about it. But I'll come back to that story. So during university, I had a lot of opportunities. I met some incredible people. I met Tom Gagliardi, billionaire and owner of the Denny's and Sandman, and owner of the Dallas Stars hockey team. And he gifted me with a Tyler Seguin jersey. And I was the face of a marketing campaign for TRU. So there's like, my big head was all over like SkyTrain stations and stuff like that, bus stops in Vancouver. And that was pretty surreal. It was kind of weird walking by it, and I even got someone to take a picture of me in front of it, and people were looking at me like, what the heck? But long story short, I graduated from TRU, being the first in my family to graduate from post-secondary school. And right away, I started a First Nations metal art business called Salish Steel Metal Art. And I did that for about 8 months. And I made pretty good money. I was selling stuff online, making a lot of sales, but I felt like it wasn't really my passion. So I wanted to try something else. So I applied for a job with my band in communications. And I got that job. I did that for about a year, and I got nominated to go on council for my band. So I said, you know what, I'll leave my name in there and see what happens. I ended up getting elected onto council for my band. I'm the youngest on council for the Okanagan Indian Band. And it's been a pretty surreal experience. But like the one thing that I noticed kind of coming back home is what I learned in business school is a lot of things don't apply on reserve, especially with starting businesses. And I would actually like to kind of come back to the letter. I actually received that letter on my birthday on August 23rd, 2019. And I forgot all about it. I didn't even remember what I wrote. So I'll share a little bit with you. So it begins, Dear future me, I hope you are everything that you have worked so hard to be. I hope you have successful business or multiple businesses. It's been hard trying to find our path in life, but I think we managed to do it. And then I go on to say stuff like, I hope I become an awesome prairie chicken dancer. Do you get to travel the world? And did you get on to chief and council? I hope you held off on this part, actually. but here we are. And even if this doesn't all pan out, well, I hope you're happy. Remember, we are the key to our own happiness. So that's just a little bit about what I wrote. But one thing that I want to leave you with is that I've noticed is success doesn't really have a linear path. Like, you don't have to graduate, find your career, get married, or shacked up for some of you, have kids. Success can be up and down. It doesn't have to be this linear process. And that's something that I've learned. And I definitely still don't know what I want to do when I grow up. And with that, I say, Hiwe, White, Limlumped. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan, for that very heartfelt, riveting story. I'd like to invite Nolan up next. Nolan lives in Kamloops, and he works in the film industry. He's a film guy. He has some cool stuff to share with you. May I invite Nolan up?
Hopefully this isn't too painful. I don't speak that often. So hello everyone, my name is Nolan McAllister and I'm an Indigenous filmmaker from Kamloops, BC. We are owned and operated on the traditional territory up to Kamloops to Suwamik. I would first like to say that I'm honored and grateful to be welcomed as a guest into the traditional territory of the Claylee Tene. Sorry if I messed that up. So my ancestry comes from my great-grandfather, Arthur Charette. He was a French Cree Assiniboine Métis from Saskatchewan. My great-grandfather spoke Michif Cree, French, and English, but unfortunately, I only speak English. So a bit about myself. I'm an Indigenous filmmaker. I work with a broad cross-section of organizations, from not-for-profits to commercial businesses to small communities, including many Indigenous communities and organizations. I have extensive experience working with Indigenous citizens, including elders and youth, and on a broad spectrum of topics. We've also worked with high-profile film producers, including Academy-recognized directors. I have worked as a cinematographer and editor for 8 years, and have participated in various filmmaking programs. I've worked on major film productions and received special training from the American Society of Cinematography. So recently, I changed my business name from Alpha Omega Productions to Arenda Films. And a common question I get is, why did I change the name? So on our journey, I have learned that there's a force present in all of us that connects us as human beings. And this led me to change my name. So after researching and searching for an Indigenous word that I felt represented my business, I stumbled upon the word Arenda. So Arenda is an Iroquois name for a spiritual energy inherent in all people that empowers them to change the world and themselves in a positive, loving way. I felt that Arenda describes the experiences that people get when they watch and view our films. So some of the services that we offer include cinematography, aerial imaging using drones, documentary filmmaking, commercial advertising, corporate communications, social media management, short film production, and feature film production. I'd like to also add in that we're certified and insured by Transport Canada for the commercial use of drones in both controlled and uncontrolled airspace. All right, so with that said, I put together a short video that includes a few examples of materials from recent projects for us. So if you just want to look at the screen, it's about 2.5 minutes. There should be audio for it. On recently and materials from them. So since our inception, we have worked with we produce a lot of content for many clients, and here are a few examples. Actually, I skipped ahead of myself. Here are just some of the clients we've worked with over the last few years. So we have created a lot of content for many different clients, and I have outlined a few projects as examples just to share with you guys. So one of our recent clients is the BC Achievement Foundation for the Indigenous Business Award. Since being a recipient of an award in 2016, we developed a relationship with the Achievement Foundation and have worked with them in various capacities creating video content for them. In 2019, they engaged with us to produce all of the videos for the 2019 BC Indigenous Awards, which was a really cool opportunity because we got to travel to different areas of BC. We had to produce 8 videos that were 3 to 5 minutes in length, from everywhere from Vancouver to Tofino to Barrier to Fort St. John, which was really cool to get to explore, British Columbia. Another cool project that we got to be a part of was working with our friends from Munro Thompson in Vancouver on the documentary Coming Home. We provided additional cinematography and editing for it, as well as doing drone imagery for the documentary. It recently screened on Czech TV and will be screening again on Czech TV on March 14th. The film is about exploring the modern story of the Hawaiian First Nations. Another really recent opportunity for us was being funded by TELUS Story Hive to produce a documentary on Muriel Sasakamoose. She is a Secwepemc elder in Kamloops, and she was the first Indigenous woman to attend public school in Kamloops during the late 1940s. Our film discusses her life growing up in Kamloops, her family, her first jobs, her successes, contributions to the community, and the legacy she's created for others. This film will be available on TELUS Fiber TV and various social media channels this summer. So things that have helped us in growing and learning to become the business that we are today. So one is connect. Surround yourself with people who are willing to mentor, teach, and assist you. Your strongest assets as a business owner is your network and the people that you surround yourself with. Next is communicate. You need to be able to communicate effectively. This means you need to be able to listen to others as well as relay your own ideas and opinions. Learn. Everyone knows something, but no one knows everything. If you keep an open mind and willingness to learn, you will always have room to become a better leader and a better business owner. Lead. Lead by example, help out where you can, make sure everyone understands you clearly, be organized, take ownership and responsibility for your actions, and communicate effectively. Value. Have strong ethics and core values. Go into every project with an open mind, be accepting of all people, places, ideas, have integrity, be reliable, be professional, smile more, be happy, positive, and bring good energy to every project. Now with that, there's also the challenges of being a young entrepreneur. A few of them include lack of stability. So being self-employed, we don't know when we're gonna have work. So being able to manage your income so that you can survive in between projects is very vital. Learning to say no to jobs is a big thing, or is a big challenge for me, is just because you don't know when you're gonna have a job next. So you wanna keep stacking all your projects, but eventually, you get caught up in not being caught up. And lastly, another challenge for us is writing proposals, which I'm sure everyone is familiar with. We kind of have a love-hate relationship with them. Doesn't want to pop up. However, the worst part of writing proposals is the uncertainty of submitting without getting a job and not knowing if you will or not. So I'd like to acknowledge some of the mentors that we've had over the course of our journey. Francine, Joe, and the staff of All Nations Trust Company have been pretty vital to our success. I met Francine when I moved back from Vancouver after working in the film industry, and she invited me to submit for granting opportunities through All Nations Trust Company, and they helped me develop my business into what we are today. Another vital mentor for us was Dan George and the staff of Four Directions Management Services. Ironically, we met Dan for the first time when he was working for BC Assembly First Nations here in Prince George, so it's really cool to be here presenting to all of you at this forum. Dan has really helped in providing us with wisdom, guidance, leadership, and has helped us develop our public speaking skills and get out of our comfort zone, like we are now. And last is the Honorable Judge Linda Thomas. I would like to acknowledge her because one of my first corporate jobs was working with her with Tk'emlúps Indian Band when she was working in the legal department. And since then, I have valued my relationship with her and the leadership she has provided me with. I would not be what I am today without her guidance and support. Just to quickly jump through the rest of my things. There's a few good resources out there for entrepreneurs. All Nations Trust Company is great if you're trying to start a business and looking for granting opportunities. Business Development Bank of Canada also has opportunities for entrepreneurs. New Relationship Trust also does. And then also the Young Entrepreneur Symposium, which New Relationship Trust hosts. I've met a lot of my friends in the business community that way. And then in closing, I just have a few key things that I want to leave you with. What I've learned is listen more than you speak. Business is about getting to know people, listening to them, and helping share their story. Success isn't the amount of money you make, but it's doing what you love and being able to share it with the people that you love. And to close it, I just have a quote from one of my favorite filmmakers, Steven Spielberg. The delicate balance of mentoring someone is not creating them in your own image, but giving them the opportunity to create themselves. And that's it.
That was great. Thank you, Nolan, for your very impressive work. Last night, here in the same room, we watched a documentary about the Native Brotherhood and how they utilized print media to stand up and represent First Nations within BC in an accurate way. And I feel like we're getting to another wave of using media to represent our people and to get our messages out around politics or business. So I'd keep your eyes out for young filmmakers because they're going to become they already are important, but there's a lot of opportunities for filmography or videography. And Ryan said he just put his name in for council. He didn't just put his name in the council. He made a website. He campaigned. He used media. So he also had a good reputation and was a good guy, but he just didn't throw his name in the hat. So next we have Jade, and she is the BC AFN female representative, and she's also a youth counselor for the McLeod Lake Indian Band. So if I could ask Jade to come up and speak.
Good morning, everyone. I'm so happy to be part of today's panel. My name's Jade Duranlo. Like Justin said, I'm the female youth rep alongside him for the BCAFN in the youth position. I'm also the youth counselor for McLeod Lake Indian Band. I'd like to start by thanking Claytley Tene for welcoming and hosting us in their traditional territory, and also thank Elder Darlene McIntosh for the prayer and starting us off in a good way. I want to talk a bit about the youth perspective as being a part of my First Nations Chief and Council as the elected youth counselor, what I've learned along the way, and how I think youth are going to be more involved in business with their communities. So First Nations have and always will play a huge role in the business world, whether it's creating and operating our own businesses or working directly with businesses operating within our traditional territories. Over time, we have grown in these areas and continue to grow. Across BC and Canada, there are many great examples and success stories of First Nations-owned businesses. There are also many great examples of industries and First Nations working together through partnerships, agreements, joint ventures, and implementing IBAs, impact benefit agreements. Working with First Nations can grow your business, and in turn, you guys grow our First Nations. It's a symbiotic relationship that we need to foster and develop. Many corporations have seen benefits of working with First Nations. Businesses have and should recognize that regional Aboriginal stakeholders have long-term benefit agreements in place with industry. And industry is obligated to provide the local communities with business opportunities and employment, giving us a leg up over direct competition and making us great partners. Through partnerships and joint ventures, there are so many opportunities for First Nations and businesses to benefit from. I believe that business and economics are key to reconciliation. Through business relations, I believe First Nations will achieve economic reconciliation and begin to close the socio-economic gap. This gap is apparent in the everyday lives of First Nation Canadians. We have First Nations living in truly devastating conditions here in Canada. Governing and funding our own First Nations does come at a high price. In order for us to be self-governing, we need to be self-sufficient. We can't rely on federal and provincial dollars anymore. With these dollars comes rules, regulation, and most importantly, budget restrictions. Through business relations, nations will be able to overcome this and also achieve economic reconciliation. We'll be able to build housing, infrastructure, and fund necessary programs on reserve. Each individual First Nation is very unique, and they face their own successes and challenges. Some of us are urban, some of us are rural. Location has always been and always will be a huge factor with economics and business opportunities for all First Nations. So First Nations need to do their own individual research on what to capitalize on in their respective territories. With DRIPA, or Bill 41, now a reality for BC, we have our two worlds merging. We're at a time where title and rights and what they mean in legislation are changing. We as First Nations are paving our pathways to self-government, our people's self-identity, and the growth of our language, culture, and economics. We are essentially returning to who we were as a people and are going to have to make changes alongside other governments, and we're going to be able to take our rightful place in Canada and BC in terms of economics and all of that. With these changes happening today, the next generation of First Nations youth are going to have a lot more say in areas such as economic, social, and cultural development in our communities. We're going to be more involved with our businesses and making decisions that impact our communities for generations to come. We're going to be more involved with governing our nations, and we should really take pride in that and be, proud of that. And we should be preparing for that. And me myself, I'm so proud to be First Nations, and we look on the horizon on what's coming with DRIPA and the future, and I'm so proud to be part of that. So what we can do, we can start by educating our youth and encouraging them to pursue schooling. If these youth decide to come back to our communities to make changes and positive contributions, that's even a bonus. I think leaders and sorry, I lost my spot here. So I think leaders and business champions should take the opportunity they have to, mentor and guide the youth, and just realize that you could change a life. You could really show them the benefits of what working with their community and in the business world can do. We are the future leaders, and we need those business connections to help out our communities and our businesses. I've always thought about not what can my community do for me, but what can I do for my community. If you can get your community and youth thinking in this mindset, I think there's a lot of possibilities, and the path to self-governance, self-sufficiency will be built a lot quicker. And when it comes to self-determination, we want to be the ones determining who we are and what we want in our future, and not letting others decide it for us. So I think First Nations have always been managing a business. Prior to colonization, we had our own governance systems, we had our own existing laws. We unknowingly managed the land, our people, and our own economics for time immemorial. And we did it successfully. In the near future, I hope all our nations can return to that and take pride in our sovereignty, and we'll all be managing prosperity. Working together as First Nations, working with industry, and working with all levels of government, there are a lot of opportunities to be had. The more that we work together and support each other, the better. And moving from conflict to collaboration and co-management and co-implementation of UNDRIP and the Declaration. So thank you for letting me speak at the panel. I'm so glad to sit alongside you guys.
Thank you so much, Jade. You touched on a lot of important topics. So this is the fun part, guys. If you thought this was already fun, it's about to get a lot more funner. I'd like to put this performance onto the crowd, and if you have any questions for our youth panel, now would be the time if anyone has any questions. Mic 1, please.
Hello. I almost used my big house voice. I think it would be beneficial to create a network for all youth throughout BC. Would you find it beneficial if BCAFN youth representatives and also the entrepreneurs on board to develop that for BC youth? A council of mentorship, a peer mentorship that'll allow for the words to go into action, that the youth are the future, and it is the truth. You are the future, and you're shining examples. Now, how would the 5 of you put together a youth council for all of BC to participate, to have their voice shared along with yours? Merci.
I guess so. I guess I'll say something. I think that'd be a great idea, especially growing up and not really knowing much about First Nations politics, businesses and whatnot. I think that'd be good to kind of connect with different people. I was part of the Chinook Scholars, Sauder School of Business in Vancouver. I actually see Derek over there. I think he was part of that as well. Just networking and meeting all these people, you opens a lot of doors for you. So I could definitely see something like this happening, whether it's through promoting through social media, having more events like this where we can speak to people, and maybe even inviting youth from high schools and having like a mentorship thing where we mentor someone younger than us, and then we even have some people older than us mentor us. So it's kind of like well-rounded, where it's kind of goes full circle, I guess. I don't know if anyone else wants to add on to that.
Hello.
Here you go.
So yeah, I think that would be a really great idea. I think between the 5 of us, we know other entrepreneurs, we know other people who are interested in business, and I know these people, they're great to talk to, and they like to share ideas. I don't think the BCAFN currently has a system or a network that brings people together, but these things happen individually. I know people, and I know their skills, and I know how they can work with other people to make the most of those skills. But to have some form of funding, to have some form of like legitimacy, to have some sort of network where that solidifies this is definitely something that we need within our First Nations. We do a lot of conferences. We have the Gathering Our Voices. We have certain other things. We have Young Entrepreneurship Symposium, but it's always in the centers. It's always in Vancouver. It might go out somewhere, but it's never a consistent. It's never in the rural places or the places that people need it the most. And I think it's really on to young people to pick up that tradition again. Like that documentary we watched yesterday, George Emanuel, he would just go hitchhike. He would go visit to communities and knock on doors. So I envision if there's going to be a network, it needs to be largely grassroots, but we need to like bring that person-to-person connection. We need to utilize our technology to meet up with people so that we can do more within the areas that need it most. So within my own network, like we utilize Facebook Messenger. the groups are probably the most effective way to keep in contact with people. And then using those groups to meet with people and say, hey, do you want to start something? But really creating an active group, an active organization for young leaders who want to create projects, who want to essentially be a part of the grown-up table. You know what? There's a lot of things around mental health, a lot of things around, I don't know, health, I guess. But like, what about youth who want to be interested in resources and, I don't know, I can only think of the things I'm interested, or fashion, or filmography. So I feel like I really feel we need to build on the confidence of our youth so that we can have more youth speaking and just enjoying it, because that's a very, very part of the very important part of the human condition, is being able to speak, and to speak in a good way and in a meaningful way, because you get a lot more done when you speak in front of 100 people than you do with one. But I also know I like to pretend when I talk to one person, I'm talking to 50 people, because they might talk about me to 50 other people. And to calm my nerves when I'm talking to 50 people, I like to pretend I'm just talking to one person. That was a bit of a rant. But there definitely needs to be, I'd like to help build that and work with others to help build an agency or an organization where we go to every reserve and we just collect information to see what the actual needs are. And mental health is always going to be an issue. But once we have our mental health, where are we going after that? We can't just get stuck in a spiral of past wrongs, I guess. So I'd like to work towards a network like that, and hopefully, and God willing, it'll happen. And it sort of already is happening with these different supports and agencies that help First Nations youth. So do we have any more questions? Oh, we have another question. Mic 2.
Thanks, James. So imposter syndrome was mentioned on this panel, and I think that that's something that a lot of people struggle with regardless of age. And I know that there are a lot of people in this room who were once young leaders and now they're just seasoned and veterans. So what is something that you think your mentors can do to make you feel more comfortable and experience less self-doubt when it comes to imposter syndrome, and how that maybe inhibits some of the activities that you would like to do?
Okay.
Thanks.
Anyways, with imposter syndrome for me, I feel like it's something that everyone kind of deals with. In these situations, we feel like we're not experienced enough. Like for me, getting on council at a young age, and sitting at that table, I feel like, man, maybe I don't belong here. But what I also noticed is when you're put in these situations, it's opportunities for a lot of growth as well. You learn a lot about yourself, and then just don't sit back and kind of like face your fears, and you'll grow a lot, and you'll learn a lot about yourself, and you'll make things yourself. You'll make things your own. And as for like mentorship, I think it's just good having mentors that have been there before, and asking them about some of your concerns and whatnot, and usually they'll have good advice for you. I think with a lot of young people going into business or politics, there's a lot of uncertainty because we haven't been there. It is your first rodeo, so I think it's good having mentors that know what to expect, I guess, and kind of help you move forward. And I think with this, if we end up doing the networking thing with mentors and whatnot, I think that would be a good opportunity for other youth to kind of jump on board and have their imposter syndrome questions, I guess, or what concerns addressed as well. I don't know if anyone else wants to talk about it.
Hello. I think everyone should have a mentor, and everyone should be a mentor. If you don't have a mentor right now, you need to find one. And if you're not mentoring someone, you need to find one. Because the leadership that exists, like it was said, you have an expiration date. Who are you passing this down to? We talk about hereditary systems. It's hereditary because things get passed down, and not just the fancy hat, but knowledge. And even with our youth, like I've been going to these youth things for about 10 or 11, 12 years, and I'm aging out of this, and now I'm trying to look for younger people for me to mentor so they can make the most out of this. Because if I get someone to mentor, they're gonna have the greatest time doing these native stuffs. But going to these conferences, this social anxiety is unbearable sometimes, because it's like, I sort of recognize this person. Should I say hi? And then you say hi, and then that's all you needed to say. But just having someone to guide our young leaders about these subtle things that no one really talks about, but also the bigger pictures, the topics that affect communities. So I really think that mentorship is a huge role that needs to be a part of people's lives.
I would have to say that I am where I am today because of mentorship. Being the youth counselor on my council, we have 2 on reserve, 2 off reserve, a youth and elder. So my position was really about mentorship. My chief Harley really guided me. He took me to a lot of conferences, even the leadership in BC from BCFN, the First Nations Leadership Council. You guys, all the amazing leaders we have in BC, like you guys are so encouraging. I'm definitely where I am because of you guys, and you always need mentorships, and of just feeling too young, and you're not smart enough, you're not good enough. You guys gave us that pride. You guys gave us the belief in ourselves, and it's a learning curve, and you're always learning along the way, and you learn about yourself, you grow, you learn more about the Aboriginal world and how you contribute. So an example of mentorship is I got to go to, I think it was the 2017 BC First Nations leaders gathering with the BC cabinet, and we had the wine and cheese, and I kid you not, I went in sweatpants and I went in a sweatshirt. Like I looked like I came along with somebody and I was like their child. So I just ate appies in the corner. Like I totally avoided the whole thing. But again, mentorship. So I was mentored. I learned that next year I should dress appropriately. So great example of mentorship.
Question on mic 2.
Thank you. This is a bit of a plug for a presentation this afternoon in case not everyone on the panel will be here. I loved all of your presentations. I've sent invites to all of you through LinkedIn. My name's Patrick Brennan, and I work with Regional Chief TG, Derek Hansom, and officials at the Business Council of British Columbia. We launched a year ago the Indigenous Intern Leadership Program. Its primary role is to find a 2-year placement for Indigenous professionals in terms of employment. But based on the current 28 interns in the program, we're putting a lot of emphasis as well on mentorship, on professional development, which we had an excellent day in October and we'll be holding others in the future. So I'd welcome your voice and your input in that as an initial step along the journey of what you're discussing, because I think your input would be helpful, not only informing the program as it moves forward because it's in its first 3-year pilot phase, but critically as well, I think your voice could be instrumental in terms of some of the younger professionals who are currently in the program. So thank you very much for your input. I've got cards here if you're not going to be at the 3:30 presentation, and I have sent invites through LinkedIn. I'd really appreciate your feedback. Thank you.
Hello. I was wondering if this very smart and very active panel have thought of forming some sort of incubation or acceleration and get funds from other investors, like where the Telus and like whoever is working really on the land. These are programs that most of the entrepreneurs these days in the main cities, and whether from New York to San Francisco to Vancouver, that you will be, like this is something that will encourage youth really from young ages to whatever, I myself, I consider myself an entrepreneur at the age of 55, and I'm still doing it. So something of that sort with this panel, with the charisma and the experience that you have. You're leaders, guys. So maybe it's something to think about. I can give some information, but this is, the sky's the limits, and this is where things are going. So have you thought of something like that, or would you being like thinking or considering something like that?
That's a great idea. The time to start that is now. We just all met each other today, except I knew Ryan from before, and I knew Jade from before, but that's a really good idea that the time to start this would be now. The time to start this, to network together, would be a time to start. So thank you for bringing that up. Oh, we have another question on mic 2.
Thank you. It's not so much a question because I know we're getting close to the lunch break, but just a comment. I just wanted to express how deeply proud I am of each and every one of you for everything that you're doing and continue to do, and all the challenges that you faced and have overcome. And it just gives me comfort in knowing that there's nothing for me as an older person to worry about for the future, because I think it's in good hands with young people like you that are leading the charge. And Chief Wayne Christian always says, we always say that children are the future, or the youth are the future. Well, the future is now. And so I thank you very much for your presentation, and good luck in all your future endeavors. You make me proud.
Okay, I have a question for you guys. What I like about business is the social impact that it has. When I first started studying it, and people were like, business is all about making money and nothing else. And I was like, I don't agree with that. And that's not really how our people do it. It's about culture, it's about people, it's about our planet and whatnot. So I always try to find the values that inspire young entrepreneurs. And so if we could just go down the line, and we'll finish this off really nice. If you could tell me what value, or one value, or competency that drives you.
The 3 values that I am building my business on are, again, sustainability, inclusivity, and female empowerment. 3 incredibly important things to me as an Indigenous woman. Again, fashion can be a very inclusive industry. It's not often that you look and see like a proud Indigenous woman walking the runways or in the pages of magazines. And fast fashion is a notoriously wasteful business. As an Indigenous person, to be able to go into business and make an impact with representation and sustainability, that's incredibly important to me. So again, I'm really excited to be able to start networking with people and see how we can implement changes in that way.
For me, I think businesses should have a triple bottom line. The 3 Ps: people, profit, planet. And I think you need to have a good balance in between. I know back in the day there was a lot of emphasis on profit. And I think today with the younger generation, there's a lot of emphasis on having a balance for the environment, for the people. And something that one of my values for being on council is it's not all about the money. Yeah, we have economic development and whatnot, but you need to think about the teachings of 7 generations, and how are your grandkids going to benefit from some of the businesses that you've started? How are your grandkids going to benefit for some of the choices that you've made and implemented in your communities? And I think, for me, I think there needs to be a triple bottom line in business today and moving forward. We can't just focus on profit, because in the end, like money can come and go, but the planet and people are kind of that's the things that we need to like focus on. So I guess I'll just leave with that.
I think it's kind of the core values that we set ourselves with. So for me, it's really the structure that I built my business upon, which is family, friends, community. And I think if you can build a large community that supports you and empowers you, you know, that's gonna get you to the next level. And it's, I don't know. I think it's just all about the relationships that you build with people and connecting. And, you know, in filmmaking, it's our job to listen to people and then find a way to tell their story in a creative and empowering way. And I think that's the baseline of everything, is just being there for people and helping them.
I would say change. I think change is really big for me, and like truth and reconciliation. What started me on the path is like there were some summer students in McLeod Lake, and we all started to create an archive, and I really learned about our language, our culture, our history, the importance of that, and truly like our connection to the land, and just wanting to return to that, and for people to know who we are, and not that government defined image or, you know, what we're portrayed in the media as. When I was in grade 5, I think that's when we started doing like geography and Canada stuff. I grew up down on Sunshine Coast, so we were pretty far away from McLeod Lake, but McLeod Lake just so happened to pop up in one of the pages we were discussing, and all they would talk about was the Hudson's Bay Company post and how we were the first post past the Rockies. And that was the history given about my community. And I'm in grade 5 and I put my hand up. I'm like, well, what about the residential school? Like, my mom went to the residential school, there was abuse. Like, I went on and I'm like, why aren't you guys teaching this? So I think about that, and I think about wanting change and for people to know who we really are and being able to take our rightful place and be more self-determining.
Let's give it up for our youth panelists one more time, guys. On behalf of the AFN, I would like to gift our youth panel with some gifts. Thank you so much. You guys are in some really good hands. Keep up the great work, guys.
Justin, I do have a gift for you.
Oh, really?
It's, I don't know where it is. But this whole issue with imposter system, fake it until you make it, you know, it's something that I think we all struggle with, even myself in this position. You come into this position or chieftainship position, there's stuff in these jobs that you don't, you're not prepared for. And that can be said for anything. And to the youth, I think one thing I tell my daughter is, you know, go out there, whether she's playing basketball or doing anything, go out there with confidence, like you own it, and you know, really go out there and don't be afraid of success. Just take it, and that's really, you know, my message to you is that our youth are, it's quite different from when I was a youth, you know, when I was their age, and it's a different world, and it's a good world, and it's far better than when I was a youth, and we're dealing with some of these societal issues that need to be dealt with. So it's good. I think we're in good hands, and Justin, you're part of that, and Jade as representatives for the Youth Council of the Assembly of First Nations, BCFN reps. And what I would suggest too is if we already don't have a resolution at the BCFN to create a youth council, a British Columbia Youth Council, maybe there should be one coming up at our Special Chiefs Assembly or something, at least to get the ball rolling. We may not have the resources, but maybe in the future we will. So I'm totally on board. Just seeing this is quite promising. So with that, your gift has arrived. Thank you.
Thank you.
With that, lunch? We have lunch. So is the lunch ready? Lunch is ready. I don't want to keep you between, I don't want to get in the way of your food. So with that, let's have some lunch.
So our next topic is successful models and agreements. And today we have President Chad Day from the Tahltan Central Government. He will share how the Tahltan Nation supports their self-determination goals through unpreceded equity models and consent-based agreements. Chad Norman Day is the elected president of the Tahltan Central Government. Prior to being elected as the president, he was serving as an elected councillor on the Tahltan Band Council. Chad grew up in northern BC and worked seasonally in the mining industry through the Tahltan territory for about 10 years prior to his political career. He has a degree in First Nation Studies and Political Science, as well as a law degree from the University of Victoria. Chad has negotiated several historic agreements with industry, the province, neighboring First Nations, and internally among all the Tahltan governments. Let's give him a round of applause.
Chachalona Hotia, Chad Norman Day Ushia, Siskias dot Sahi, Etheni Estumetsu Ja'at. It's an honor to be here today in Chledli Tene territory. I hope I said that correctly, and I apologize if I didn't. Before I get started, I just want to acknowledge that I'm here in the room today with 3 people that are a huge part of my life in the Tahltan Central Government team. We have Kenneth Zertza up top. He's the elected vice president of the TCG, and we work very closely together. I'm very happy that he's here. We also have Sean Descharme in the back, who works in our lands department. He's also based out of Prince George, and it's great to have Sean here. And then last but not least, my oldest son, Malachi Day, is here. He's on this trip with me because he turns 14 this week, and he's not always able to see me in a work environment, so I'm very honored that you're here with me too, my son. So, what I'm hoping to get into is I want to give everybody a holistic snapshot of who we are as Tahltan people and a bunch of the pieces that have allowed us to be one of the more progressive, successful nations in terms of becoming independent, working with industry, working with government, working with our neighbors. It's obviously been a lot of work. So first off, Tahltan territory, for those of you that are unaware, it's about 11% of the province. If you include the portion that's in the Yukon, we're about the same size as Portugal, so a very large territory. We have 3 communities, Telegraph Creek, Dease Lake, Iskut. My family has always been primarily based in Telegraph Creek. We're an Athapascan people, take great pride in our culture, obviously. We have the Wolf Crow, or the Wolf Clan, the Crow Clan, that's the Siskiyia Chiona. I introduced myself from my clan and from my matriarch and from my community earlier. I guess I didn't translate it, but it was all in Tahltan. Obsidian, a huge part of our history, one of our major advantages with trade and with war 8,000 years ago was that we had the obsidian from Mount Idzaidza. We were very closely connected to the Tlinkits, and obviously we were very active people. Guide outfitting in British Columbia started in Tahltan territory, and when the world and the economy started changing, a lot of our people actually became guide outfitters in Tahltan territory, and other nations I see around the province and around the country have a very difficult relationship with guide outfitters. We've actually always embraced that relationship because our people continue to be guide outfitters. My family continues to own their guide outfitting area. We have agreements in place with the non-Indigenous guide outfitters in Tahltan territory, and a large portion of the most, I guess you would call them, cultural people with the land-based skills back home learned those land skills and continue to practice those through the guide outfitting community. This is an example of one of our teenagers got us a moose right before one of our big gatherings. We have the Stikine River in our territory. That's the Grand Canyon of Canada. We still have, sockeye, chinook, all of these very important species on that river. And we are a fish people, so this is anaconda, dried fish. It's like gold back home. And having those healthy fish runs is huge for us, because we actually only have about 20% of our approximate 4,000 people living in Tahltan territory, but about half come back because of the salmon and all the community events. We're well known for being musicians. I'm not a musician, but the majority of our staff is, and it's always fun. And then the main sport back home is hockey, probably because it's quite cold up there. And again, I was not one of those people, but a lot of pride in hockey, and everybody's getting very excited about the all-native tournament coming up in Whitehorse. We keep very close track of our population, where they are, how old they are. These demographics help us govern better. And one of the things that really differentiates the Tahltan central government to other nations around British Columbia and around Canada is that through the Society Act back in the 70s, we started carving out our own central or territorial government structure. The leadership of that time, led by George Asp, who was actually the third First Nation lawyer that there ever was in Canada. He came back when there were some issues going on with the Stikine. BC Hydro wanted to dam the Stikine, etc. We started creating our own independent governance structure, and basically from the 70s onwards, we've been using the Society Act as a tool to build that structure ourselves. So we never went down the treaty process, and although we have two Indian Act banned governments in our territory, we set our own citizenship rules, and the central government actually takes the lead on all of the negotiations that pertain to our collective title and rights. This governance structure and the way that it has evolved over time is a huge part of our success. So it's important that I acknowledge that and explain that, and explain that it goes back to the 70s, because sometimes people think, oh, they can come in and just mask what we're doing. And I want people to understand that it had a lot of ups and downs, and we are where we are today because that work started decades ago. We have the governance structure that I lead is manned by 10 elected family representatives, 3 executive members. We work very closely with the bands in our communities. We have protocol agreements so that they're welcome to negotiate with us. And then more importantly, we have revenue sharing agreements so that we share that wealth together. We're not fighting over money. We're not fighting over who has a say and who doesn't have a say, because we do all that work collaboratively. And when we come together collaboratively, 99 times out of 100, we can come to a solution, because we're all there for the Tahltan people and for the future generations of our people. When we talk about the process of making decisions, this is a huge thing that I explain to other nations and anybody that'll listen, because as somebody that has children from other nations and seeing this struggle on the ground, we have a very unique process that I'm extremely proud of. And that is that when we have a major economic opportunity that's going to impact the entire Tahltan Nation's collective title and rights, we as the central government don't really make that decision. What we do is we have a very thorough process of going back to our citizens, to all Tahltan people, and explaining to them what the opportunity is, having the pros and cons, having the negotiator there, the environmental experts there, the lawyers there, the leadership there. And we go through like a 3-step process of explaining the opportunity, explaining what the benefits might be, explaining the feasibility and all these pieces. And what eventually happens is that it leads into a ratification vote, a nationwide ratification vote. Everybody with Tahltan ancestry that wants to participate gets a code. They can call in and vote. They can go into the offices and vote. They can go over the internet and vote. And we have things in place to make sure that that's secure. When we have those meetings, even though we have 3 communities back home, I actually go to 12 to 16 different communities, including Prince George. Basically anywhere where we can guarantee that we're going to get 20 plus Taltans to show up and have the face-to-face meetings to discuss these important opportunities, we'll go there. So I go to Whitehorse, Lower Post, Edmonton, Prince George, Smithers, Terrace, Rupert, Telegraph, Dease Lake, Iskut. We even go up to the mine site because, as I'll explain later, we have so many Taltans out at the mine sites that it's an easy place to have a big meeting because they're all there. In the recent history, we had ratification votes on the Northwest Transmission Line, the Northwest Hydroelectric projects, the Red Chris mine, and then most recently, the Seabridge mine. I was the president for the Red Chris IBA and for the Seabridge IBA. There are other agreements that we sign, and sometimes we don't have a ratification vote if it basically doesn't pass a certain threshold of seriousness, I guess you could say. So for example, when the NTL extension IBA was signed, that was a very small impact to the land relative to the original NTL, so we made that decision as governors. But every major decision goes through our nation. So once that decision's been made, even people that really dislike me, dislike the government, dislike everybody, because we all know we have people in our communities that just dislike everybody and you're never going to make them happy, they can't really hate us, or because it was the will of the nation. It wasn't our government that made that decision. We all made that decision together as Tahltan people, and we believe that's the way we should be making decisions because we collectively hold the rights and title to our territory. It's not one president, it's not one council, it's not one age demographic. At least that's the model that we take. And I mean no disrespect to other nations that maybe take a different model, but we take a lot of pride in this model. When we talk about impact benefit agreements, I'm sure many of you have been to workshops and have been lectured about what agreement should say, but I still have that slide up there just to explain to people that we cover all these things around employment, contracts. We always have our own environmental people on the ground. We have our own environmental teams that Sean's a part of on the ground during permitting, during the construction of the project, and then after the project. The Red Chris mine that's right in our territory, I think about 70% of their environmental team are all Tahltan, and that's just one example. When we talk about recent activity, again, I don't need to go over these thoroughly, but I think it's important, especially when I'm in a place like Terrace or Smithers, these communities have benefited so much from Tahltan territory and all the economic development, but they probably don't understand that because most of them have never been to that isolated portion of BC. In the last few years, there's been over $3 billion worth of construction in Tahltan territory. And in addition to that, I believe the mineral exploration expenditures every year are somewhere around 150 to 200 million sometimes. Last year, 54% of the mineral exploration activities that took place in British Columbia took place in Tahltan territory, even though we're only 11% of the province's land base. Money, money, money. People and nations are always ripping each other apart over money. We've done the same thing in the past. One of the things that I wanted to clean up immediately when I came in was to figure out how we're going to agree on divvying up some of the benefits so that we weren't going to sit there and waste so much time and energy ripping each other apart over money. This is eventually what we came up with. These kind of numbers and percentages are all in our newsletters. There's nothing here that's confidential. When we have an impact benefit agreement, whether it's a mine site, a run-of-the-river project, we make sure that we as Tahltan people receive a percentage of all the product revenue that's coming from whatever the project may be. If it's guide outfitting, it's from the hunter fees. If it's a run-of-the-river project and it's electricity, then we get a piece of the revenues off the electricity. If it's a mining project, then we get a piece that comes off the copper, gold, silver, etc. Those particular dollars, because it's coming from resources that we share collectively, goes into a Tahltan Heritage Trust. And that Tahltan Heritage Trust is not controlled by politicians. It's controlled by trustees, experts within the Tahltan Nation and beyond that invest that money for us wisely for our future generations. I often meet with mining companies, and we're getting more and more sophisticated, and sometimes meeting with bankers and investment people from around the world. And they're afraid to invest in BC because of some of the issues with First Nations and some of the uncertainties that are there. And what I say to them is, I say, British Columbia is like Europe. You got this land base, you got a lot of very different cultures, and I don't know how it is with the other First Nations, but we're like Norway. We're organized, we have a trust fund, we're looking ahead for generations to generations, and you may not want to invest in another nation that's maybe like Greece or something else over in Europe, but we're like Norway. So that's the comparison that I give people, and obviously the outside world needs to be very diligent now when they make investments in BC. When it comes to the provincial tax revenue sharing, we ended up going with the formula like this, so that all of our communities get equal amounts of dollars. Our bands do not get equal amounts of dollars. Our communities get equal amounts of dollars. So we made it about people, not about politics, and that's how we got over a pretty difficult negotiation when we were going through that. You can obviously see the other parts here, but one thing I want to point out is where it says elders, 10%. What does that mean? Our elders, everybody that's 65 and above, anybody with Tahltan ancestry, so we accept everybody. We don't care which band you belong to. If you can prove that at some point one of your ancestors was shacked up with the Tahltan, you have Tahltan rights too. So everybody that is 65 or above receives quarterly payments based off of the provincial tax revenues that come off of these run-of-the-river projects, mining projects, so on and so forth. And I often tell the joke and say, never before in our history have our elders been asking us so often how the price of gold and copper and these kind of things are doing, because they get a piece of that revenue now. When we have signing bonuses, which only come up when we sign new agreements, again, it's split up between the communities, and the TCG gets a big chunk because we are not a government that is funded by the federal government. We're not an Indian Act band. We are basically funded by our own revenues. We are responsible for funding our own central government, just like any country is responsible for funding itself. When we talk about these tax revenue sharings, this is where they come from. The Northwest hydroelectric projects. We have run-of-the-river projects on our territory. That's a clean energy project. Red Chris Mine, Silvertip Mine, Bruce Jack Mine, the gaming revenues that kicked in last year, which are actually quite significant. Again, none of this stuff is going to be confidential because the Indian Act has to report all those things out anyways. Last year, the two Tahltan bands got around $2.5 million in the gaming revenues, which was quite substantial because that was something we never planned for. So starting next year, these revenues that are going to get plugged into this formula here are going to be around $6 million. And this is a live document. I've pulled this out of one of our protocol agreements, but we change these percentages. We sit down, we talk about our priorities, but the important thing is these are, our own dollars that are coming from BC sharing in the revenues that are and the taxes that are accrued in our territory. They wouldn't be able to collect those taxes if they weren't in our territory. The other part is our Tahltan Heritage Trust. So this is separate from the BC tax revenue sharing. This is the dollars that come directly from the projects themselves to Tahltan Heritage Trust based on the amount of electricity that was created or the amount of minerals that was taken out of our territory. When I started 5 years ago, 5.5 years ago, we were at about 7 million. Today, because these numbers aren't totally up to date, today we're over 41 million. So when we talk about Norway and their big trust fund and stuff like this is what we're aiming to do as Tahltan people. Again, today, we're at around 40 million. And if we don't support any more economic development in our territory, and the current mines and the current economic activity just kind of remains consistent, in 10 years, we're gonna have around $111 million conservatively. If I had to put my money on it, I know there's probably some other smaller scale projects that are gonna come online. There's also some projects like Red Chris mine that are going to be mined more efficiently and profitably. So this number is probably going to be more around 140 to 150 million. And again, this is all dollars that we're going to utilize to build up our nation. Now, the question that people often ask, and you know how these community meetings go back home with all the rumors and lateral violence, again, this money is governed by trustees. It's not governed by politicians. And those trustees have, you know, a lot of checks and balances in place, and it's their job to invest this money wisely. One of the investments that was made recently, I try to go under the radar. It hasn't been working so well lately because Tahltans just keep doing too many productive things, and it's a good problem to have, but I was on TV on about 7 different networks there after we had bought in for 130 million to the Run of the River projects in our territory. Those projects are worth about 2.5 billion. Now, we put up about 30 million of our own dollars and had to take out a loan for the rest. But the point is, our trustees make smart investments, and we're now going to start seeing dividends coming off of those investments, and you know, they're kind of all over the place. And the dividends last year were around 1.1 million. They're actually in the process now of building a foundation to make those spending decisions. So it's not going to be done by politicians. We're going to make sure that there's a community-based approach and that there's a lot of due diligence involved so that we make the right decisions with those funds. I see I'm running low on time here. We have a lot of people employed in the mining industry. The majority of our trades apprenticeships actually are with Tahltan women. They're absolutely killing it back home. This is my cousin. This kid was 18 years old, making $162,000 a year straight out of high school. I mean, he can do whatever he wants to, and a lot of our young people are in that kind of situation. Our environmental team, last year, Tahltan employment was around 300 of our members were employed in the mineral exploration, or in the mining and mineral exploration industry in our territory. Combined, that's about $30 million in wages. So oftentimes that's not acknowledged when people do a big analysis of what kind of benefits come into a nation. $30 million are going into Tahltan households so that they can spoil their children the way that my son back there is spoiled by me. And his mom's spoiled by me too, and I'm not even with her anymore. Hola. This is, that's a child support joke. It's like, it's killing me, I'm telling you. It's like, what? Tax-free child support? Oh my God, just mind-boggling. Anyhow, we bring our youth with us to a lot of different things. We have job fairs back home to take advantage of all the economic development. We're going to try and start doing a job fair in Terrace. We're going to do one in Whitehorse for the first time this year. So even though we have these amazing employment numbers, we want to continually recruit more and more of our young people. When we go down to AME Roundup, for example, we bring 50 to 60 youth with us, and we don't just bring Tahltans, we bring Kaskas and Tlinkits, and we wanted to bring Nishka with us as well this year because I want to see Tahltan Nation's opportunities empower everybody around us. There's more than enough work to go around, and I don't understand this mindset where First Nations are battling with each other and angry when we see each other in each other's territories, but then we're not angry when we see other people from Newfoundland or Toronto or whatever. No offense to anybody here from Newfoundland or Toronto, I'm just saying we should always be supporting each other. We've won Premier's Awards for our work with the Casca and Tlingit. I'm extremely proud of that work. We've been trying to build on our collaborative efforts with the Nishka. Sean is Nishka and Tahltan, so he's helping us out in a good way. And then moving forward, we're just doing a lot of the things that we want to do because we have the money to do that. We can protect the areas that we want to protect because we have money to do that. We can do the wildlife studies that we want to do because the province does a very terrible job with wildlife management, as we all know, and fisheries management. We're spending our own money to do those studies. This isn't a great picture because it doesn't show everything with this particular light, but there's a lot of pressure on our territory. So we've been spending our own money and building our own regions, and we're going to get to a place where we're making our own decisions and implementing those decisions with all these companies. This is just an example of one of the caribou collaring programs that we paid for ourselves. And I just always end it with a picture of myself and my children, because at the end of the day, when we keep them at the center of our decisions, good things happen. And maybe the last thing I'll say, because I always try and squeeze this in somewhere, I know at these kind of conferences we talk about reconciliation, UNDRIP, and all these great buzzwords, but what I always tell people is, you know, when it comes to reconciliation and you're in leadership, first of all, it starts with you. You need to be healthy. If you can't take care of yourself, good luck convincing people that you can take care of a community or take care of a nation. Reconciliation starts with you first. Secondly, it goes back to your community. If we can't reconcile our problems and we can't get along within our own communities, it's going to be very difficult to achieve reconciliation with others. Number 3, I call it lateral reconciliation. Reconciliation with our neighbors. How many of us have been in situations where we've completely lost opportunities and are wasting so much time and energy fighting with our neighbors that by the time we're done fighting, the economic opportunity has come and left, and we're both left with nothing? Lateral reconciliation with our neighbors is important. And if you can figure out that stuff, then maybe you can get reconciliation with industry and other governments outside of there. Reconciliation is not just about us with third-party governments that, you know, are the province or the feds or whatever. Reconciliation, we need to do that work ourselves. And that's a big thing that I always want to drive home, because the reason why Tahltans are so successful is because we've spent so much time and effort reconciling amongst our own communities so that we're always united when we go to the outside world. United does not mean that we all agree. United means that we're all pulling in the same direction once we've made a decision. Thank you so much.
I wanted to thank you, Chad, for your very powerful message today and sharing about your experiences in your community and how the communities are working together collaboratively for future generations. And that's what this is all really about, is all of us coming together as one and really enforcing reconciliation, getting on the ground, working with communities, and striving for that goal for all of us to move on a positive path of prosperity. Very great example. Before we get into questions, I just want to apologize and to thank the hands that blessed our beautiful food and who have been preparing all the meals for lunch and for break. Very important. We do a lot of functions at the Hall of Ancestors, and we always get good service. They're always on time. The meals are always healthy, and you even get some traditional snacks along the way. So I just want to give them acknowledgement and a round of applause. So we are getting behind schedule a little bit, but I know Doug's really good. He'll get us back on track. And because of Chad's awesome and amazing presentation, I just want to open it up to the floor for any questions you may have for Chad. And don't be shy.
Thank you, Chad. A great presentation. Just curious about environmental assessment. Did you follow the provinces, or did Tahltan do their own assessment in terms of environment? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Since the Galore Creek Impact Benefit Agreement back in 2005, Naileen Morin, a lot of other of our really educated environmental people, as well as our elders, they created something called the THREAT team. THREAT stands for Tahltan Heritage and Resources Environmental Assessment Team. And they have been building their own processes and been intricately involved in environmental assessment since those days. And we actually have, because of that team and because of our capacity in that area, we have some very unique agreements, not only during the environmental assessment stage, but even when a project goes into operations. So if you look on the provincial website, you'll see something, I think it's called the Red Chris Co-Management Agreement or something like this. And this is where our environmental assessment team actually has all kinds of provisions and oversight that you wouldn't see in any other agreement. So that's a huge piece, and I'm happy that I was able to answer that, because it's a huge part of what we do. I spent a lot of time talking about the economic development, but we have also spent a lot of time pushing back on some projects because it just didn't align properly with our environmental or cultural values, and that team's a huge part of that work.
Thank you, Chad. Any other questions from the audience? Thank you.
Thank you for sharing with us today. I'm looking at your community's website or your nation's website, and I'm just wondering if you can provide us with a short update on how your land use planning process is going.
Yeah, it's I think it's going great. I mean, we applied for some big grants, and we got a federal grant that's over $5 million, and we actually just had a meeting about this 2 days ago, and we're starting to set up the structure and the priorities, because when you have a territory that's that large, capacity is obviously an issue. It's kind of like, okay, how do we eat this elephant? So as you saw from my one slide, they've already started breaking it into regions the way the province does, and now we're just basically building the teams and the priority list to start hammering away at that. So I'm happy with the progress, and our staff in our lands department is definitely going to continue to grow. When I started, we had 4 employees. 5 years later, we have over 30, and I expect by the end of this term, we're going to have over 50, because as we're able to tap into more of these opportunities and spend the money wisely to invest in our governance and in our government itself, it's a very exciting time for us. Thank you for the question.
Wonderful. So I'd like to thank the audience for your questions, and on behalf of the BC AFN, I would like to present President Chad Day, Tahltan Central Government, with this beautiful gift.
Our next session is titled Capitalizing on the Opportunity, Tools for Business Success. We have Trevor Jane with us, who's going to be from the First Nations Technology Council. He's going to be talking about promoting and marketing your business using social media, strategic marketing, and communications. So I want to, Trevor Jane, he's a Wet'suwet'en writer. He uses writing and storytelling to create powerful digital marketing communication strategies. He works at the First Nations Technology Council, an Indigenous organization working to ensure Indigenous peoples have the tools, education, and support to thrive in the digital economy. So Trevor, thank you for joining us. If I can have everyone please welcome Trevor to the stage. And Trevor, thank you.
Dinaze Zakaze Skyze, Saisozi Trevor Jang, Sai Wet'suwet'en Satie, Sai First Nations Technology Council Abeesta, Gang Clately Tene, Habienta Masai Nudisni. My name's Trevor Jang. I work at the First Nations Technology Council. Our organization is an Indigenous-led not-for-profit, and we're mandated by the BC Assembly of First Nations, Union of BC Indian Chiefs, and the First Nations Summit to advance digital and connected technologies on behalf of First Nations communities throughout British Columbia. And on my mother's side, I'm from the Wet'suwet'en people, the Laxiliu or the Small Frog clan. My mom, Christine Jang, is a teacher and vice principal at our adult education center on our reserve in Whitsett. And she is the granddaughter of Johnny David, who held the hereditary chief name Maklaklea. And Maklaklea gave the largest volume of evidence on the Wet'suwet'en side during the Delgamuukw Stay Away court case. And I like to tell the story about my great-grandfather before I get into presentations like this, because he gave so much testimony, and he described our Yinta, our territory, in such extreme precision during the court case, because he spent his younger years as a young man traveling the territory whenever the Wet'suwet'en were planning a potlatch. So it was his job to travel to neighboring nations and invite other nations' leaders to attend. So it was his job to travel the territory and deliver messages and bring messages back to the Wet'suwet'en. So he was, in a way, doing marketing and communications. That's just not what it was called back then. But he was using the technology of the time, which was the grease trails, or the traditional trading routes that connected our nation with the Gitxsan, Tahltan, and Carrier and other nations that were surrounding our territory. So as Indigenous people, we've always been innovators on these lands, and to advance self-determination and strong governance structures, we've just always used whatever tools and technology were available in any given era. And the era that we're in currently just happens to be the digital era. And so we at the Technology Council really believe that Indigenous peoples need to become fully participating and leading and bringing our worldviews and our values to the digital economy. The digital economy is growing much more rapidly than the traditional economy. So the digital economy is basically any economic development that involves computers. And employment growth in Canada's digital economy outpaced the growth of the traditional economy by a rate of 3 to 1 over the past year, yet Indigenous people are underrepresented at just 1%. So much of the work that we do at the Technology Council is around advocacy, provincial level strategy development, training opportunities for Indigenous people to get into these careers, and research and engagement projects as well. So the BC tech sector involves a lot of different kind of subsectors within that, and the one that I've been asked to speak on today, and given my background in journalism and media and marketing and communications, is digital marketing. So I put this together, how to use digital marketing to grow your business. And I'm going to go over what digital marketing is, some of the types of digital marketing that exist, and I'm going to spend some time talking about what a digital marketing strategy would be for a business. And that includes how to know your ideal customer, ideally better than they know themselves. And then I'm going to transition to career opportunities within digital marketing, as well as digital marketing entrepreneurship and freelance opportunities. And then I'll get into what Indigenous perspectives in this field look like. And the one thing I want you to keep in mind as I go through this is that the Technology Council has fully funded training programs for any Indigenous person living in British Columbia to get into this field. So these training programs range in value from $5,000 per student up to $11,000 or $12,000 per student, and we cover that completely. So that's $11,000 that doesn't have to come out of your community's education budget. We also cover travel expenses, and students can also apply for additional funds to support a portion of your living expenses like daycare. And so our leadership, when they were putting together these proposals to create these programs, we tried to think of every single possible barrier and knock those down to create access for Indigenous peoples to get into this exciting field. So, digital marketing. Marketing, traditionally, is the process of attracting customers and building a relationship with them. So, digital marketing is doing that, but on the internet. So, it's attracting customers and building a relationship with them online, is what digital marketing is. Now, I'm not going to spend too much time going into all of the different types, but just know that digital marketing is an umbrella term and that there are several different specializations within that ecosystem. And these are all different types that you can utilize for your business, and there are also specializations that you can get into as a career or as a freelancer. And the average salary of a digital marketing professional who's kind of a generalist and just starting out is $60,000. But once you get 5 to 10 years experience and you become a specialist in something, that's when you can start to make over 6 figures. So digital marketing strategy for your business. So all those different types of digital marketing that I showed you before are utilized to optimize your website and your social media channels. So those are the heartbeat of any digital marketing strategy, is your website and your social media. It's about growing those, optimizing those, engaging with your ideal customers through your website and your social media. So when you're planning out a digital marketing strategy, there are 4 main questions to ask yourself before you get started. And in this particular order, it's why, who, what, and when. And I'm going to spend the most amount of time on who, but the why is setting your strategy's objective. So knowing why you're putting together the strategy to begin with. And there are typically 3 different kinds of objectives that you're going to choose from when you're putting together your first digital marketing strategy. You're either going to be aiming to just build general brand awareness online. You're going to try to attract new customers or new leads for your business, or you're going to try to grow from existing customers, from previous customers. So let's say, for example, you're picking the middle one, lead generation, a common strategy, first digital marketing strategy for businesses first starting to get out into this kind of work is growing your email list. So that's a common goal, to grow your email subscriber list so that you can build a relationship with them over time and sell them products down the road. So your who, knowing your ideal customer, and ideally better than they know themselves, is what I want to spend kind of the bulk of my time here talking about. So I've recently gone through a bit of a mentorship in the digital marketing space, and I'm specializing in something called copywriting, which is all the different kinds of digital marketing that I was talking about. They all require different pieces of writing throughout their digital marketing campaign. So as a journalist and writer, that's kind of where I'm going to specialize in. But I've been mentored, and I'm glad the young entrepreneurs earlier today were talking about mentorship, because that's so important. And I've actually paid a lot of money to someone who's made millions of dollars in digital marketing teach me this method. So I want to spend some time teaching you these principles. And it's called the Big Four by my mentor, Lucas Reshevsky. So Reshevsky's Big Four is target market, the 3 primals, market awareness, and market sophistication. And I'm going to go through what each one of these means and how you put it together to determine who your ideal customer is. So target market, some of this is pretty basic, but then you go a little deeper and you start to see how you can get into the psychology of who you're trying to engage with online. So demographics is simply age, gender, where they live, their cultural background, and those kinds of things. But psychographics, that's where you start to get into their beliefs, their motivations. So why are they buying what they're buying? Why do they do what they do? Their identity, how they view themselves, and their interests and their hobbies are a big one to figure out, because if you're advertising on Facebook or anything like that, you can actually target your ideal customers based on what their interests are, what pages they like, and that kind of thing. So that's where it gets really powerful to put together the psychological profile of who you're trying to engage with. So that's target market. That's what you start with right away. And then this is something that's called the 3 primals. And I'm not going to go too deep into it. I just wanted to put this up there to let you know that this is the tactic and the strategy that millionaire advertisers and digital marketers are using to target their customers. So this is the kind of deep market research that they're doing, is they're trying to get inside the head of their ideal customer. And it's based on behavioral psychology. So as human beings, we all have primal fears, primal desires, and core needs. And these are a list of what some of those are. So what these marketers do is, after they come up with their profile of their demographics and psychographics, they go through a process of figuring out what the primary and the secondary primal fears, desires, and core needs are of their target customer. Now, some would say that this is, maybe a little unethical or wrong or immoral, and I'm not here to tell you what to think about these kinds of tactics. I'm just telling you that this is how really, really mega successful marketers do it. So market awareness is a concept of measuring how aware your ideal customer is of you, of your product, your industry, and the problems that you aim to solve. So every single one of your customers exists on one of these 5 levels of market awareness. So let's give an example of, let's say you were selling a product that promised to, help you get a 6-pack abs. Let's say it promised to help you get hardcore abs like Chad Day has. That was the promise and the claim. They put a picture up of Chad, shirtless, and said, our product will help you look like Chad. A level 1 market awareness customer would be aware of who you are and who your business is. So they would either be following you on social media already, they would be subscribed to your email newsletter list, maybe they met you at a conference or something. They already know who you are. Solution aware is someone who is actively seeking out a product to help them get 6-pack abs, but they don't know who you are and need to be convinced that you and your product is the solution for them. But they know that that's a solution that they're actively seeking. Level 3 is problem aware, which means that they don't like their gut, they want abs, but they aren't yet aware that a product exists that can help them do that. Desire aware is, it'd be nice to have a leaner body, but it's not really a problem yet. Unaware is they don't know what they don't know. They eat McDonald's 5 days a week and they don't think it's a problem. So you're going to talk to each person at a different level of awareness. It's important to know this because you're going to talk to someone who's solution aware, much more different than desire aware. And if they already know who you are at level 1, you're going to talk to them at a much more kind of one-to-one level than if they have no idea who you are. So figuring out what level of awareness you want to target is very key, especially for me as someone who's going to go into this field as a writer. It's really important because I'm the one writing out the message and figuring out what the way and the message that I speak to the target audience and how friendly I am and how personable I am. It's all based on level of awareness. Market sophistication is a measurement of, so if awareness has to do with inside the head of the customer, market awareness is outside and measuring how saturated and competitive the market is. So the 5 stages of market sophistication, if we use our example of promising to help you get a 6-pack like Chad, then Stage 1 of market sophistication is you are first to market, and you can just make a direct claim and a direct promise, and because that customer has never heard any other promise like that, they'll believe you. So you can just be like, our product will help you get a six-pack, and you will look like Chad, guaranteed. That is a message in a stage 1 market sophistication. Stage 2 is you're not first to the market, but those kinds of direct claims are still working. You just have to make them bigger and better. So you would say something like, our product will help you get a six-pack like Chad in 30 days or less, or something like that. Stage 3 is when the market has heard too many of those claims, and they don't believe those claims anymore. So they need a new reason to believe that claim. So you would say something like, new research suggests that you don't need to do sit-ups 5 days a week to get a six-pack. You only need to do this. That would be a new reason, a new mechanism for that market to believe that old claim that they could get a six-pack. Stage 4 is when a competitor has introduced a new reason or a new mechanism, and they have control of the market. So that is where companies and entrepreneurs just shamelessly rip that off and do it bigger and better. Stage 5 is a jaded market, so they have heard too many promises, they've seen too many new reasons, new mechanisms. They no longer believe that they can ever get abs like Chad has, and they're jaded and they don't even want to hear the message anymore. So knowing who you want to target in terms of their level of awareness and their market sophistication helps you to create a message that is going to resonate with them because it's predetermined to already do so. So let's put that all together. Recapping your target market, so you figure out the age, gender, location, culture, beliefs, motivations, identity, and the interests of who you're trying to talk to. You get inside their psychological makeup of their primal fears, desires, and needs. Again, not telling you to agree with whether or not that is okay that people do that, just saying that that is what people do. Market awareness, are they aware of you? Are they aware of a solution, a problem, a desire, or are they completely unaware? And then market sophistication, what is going to work for them? Direct claims, bigger, better claims, new information, new research, new mechanisms, bigger new mechanisms, or are they completely jaded? So you create a customer avatar, filling in all that information, and that is who you're trying to talk to online. So we answered the why and the who. The what would be your tactics. If we went back to that slide of all the different kinds of digital marketing, so it'd be which one of those are you doing? And then the when is your timeline, when are you doing these things? So if we use the example of trying to grow your email subscriber list, your tactics could be running Facebook ads promoting a free downloadable piece of content. So if you were selling that ab product, maybe you have a free PDF with 6 tricks to get a six-pack in 6 weeks, or something like that. You would put that up, run some Facebook ads to it to generate some interest, targeting people based on their interests and their age demographics and all that kind of thing, writing a message that resonates with them based on their market awareness, market sophistication, and psychological makeup. And then hopefully they give you their email address in exchange for that free downloadable report. And then they're a lead. And then you can build a relationship with them over time by emailing them a newsletter every month or whatever you would want to do, and then sell them a product 2, 3, 4 months down the line. And when is, again, when you're going to do that. Last question is how. So that's just measuring your success. So that first example there, if you were trying to build up your email newsletter list, you would have a goal of however many leads you want to get from a piece of downloadable content in 1 month, and that would be your goal. And so the great thing about digital marketing is that everything is measurable. That's why digital marketing is taking over advertising from traditional ways of advertising like radio, television, or print, or billboards, because you can't measure how many people you're actually reaching and how many people are actually engaging with that message, whereas everything online, you know exactly how many people are engaging with that message, and then you can figure out the age demographics and all that stuff. Am I running out of time? All right, I'll wrap up. So careers in digital marketing or as a freelancer, average salary, $60,000, like I said. Specialists can make 6 figures a year. those are all the different kinds, and there's a lot more, but you could specialize in any one of these. Our training opportunities through the Tech Council, the Foundations and Futures in Innovation and Technology program. Just head to our website, technologycouncil.ca. This is the one I wanted to tell you about through our partner with the Red Academy down in Vancouver. It's a 12-week program, $11,000 in value. We fully fund that, and you come out knowing all the skills that I just talked about. So if there's someone in your community who is somewhat interested in this, please send them our way, and we have all the resources that they would need to get into this career. And then we also work with career networking through career fairs and stuff, and work with them as best we can to get them their first job. This is one of our students right now, my friend Desiree. She's Carrier from these neck of the woods. She is in the Red Digital Marketing program right now, absolutely loving it. This is a grad from last year. Marina, she's Dene in Cree. The great thing about digital marketing, if you do it as a freelancer and not as a job working at an agency, you can do it from your laptop anywhere in the world. So that is Marina's goal and dream. And then Reed here is Nishka and Simshan, and he didn't go through our programs, but he founded a digital marketing agency based in Prince Rupert, and these are his thoughts on the kind of economic benefits it can bring to a region if more people get into these kinds of fields. And those are all the different kinds of training programs that we have available. So I talked on digital marketing today, but we have many other kinds. GIS, GPS mapping is very popular, probably our most popular. Drones is very popular, but we also have web development, UX design, graphic design, network technology, and we're always looking to expand on our offerings as well. And again, I said this at the beginning, but the reason we do this is to get more Indigenous people involved in the digital economy, and using technology as a tool to underpin self-determination and the rebuilding of strong governance structures based on digitally empowered community members. So stay in touch with us. Talk to me after if you have any questions. Yeah, other than that, thank you very much. We just passed the Chinese New Year, so Gung Hei Fat Choi and Lung Ma Jing San. I just learned that. It's, I hope you carry the energy and vitality of dragons and horses. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, Trevor. Thank you so much for that very solid presentation. Lots of good information there. We got a couple of minutes for questions. So if there's anyone from the audience that has questions, please jump up to one of the mics. I've got some questions of my own I can put forward if there's nobody that... Chief Gale has a question. On microphone 1.
I like the vision of the Cree Dene lady who would like to work anywhere in the world utilizing your guys' training. And I'm just curious to know if there's an opportunity to bring this to communities where there's a group of people that want to learn this in a 6-week, your 6-week program. How do we bring it to communities?
Great question. So the training that I was talking about on the screen there through the Red Academy, that is through a program that we have called Futures in Innovation and Technology. So we have Foundations in Innovation and Technology, which is a 12-week program that introduces students to 6 different skill areas within tech. So digital marketing is one of them, but there's also computer basics, web development and coding, GIS, GPS mapping, network tech, software testing. I think that's it, 6. So you spend 12 weeks learning the basics of those 6 fields, and then once you're done that, you also get a semester's worth of credit through NVIT. And then from there, if one of those areas really made you feel passionate, then we have the advanced level training through Futures for you to pursue the advanced level training that gets you ready for that first job. So Foundations, we created that curriculum in-house with subject matter experts and Indigenous education specialists to indigenize it. And we are always looking for community partners to bring that program into communities. We would need at least 15 interested students in either a community or a region to make that viable. The other thing is we're building out our online version of Foundations. And we're looking at models. Right now it's centralized, meaning that students have to be in the same place and the teacher is virtual, but we're starting to look at decentralized models and what would that look like. We're not quite there yet, but it's something that we're looking into to expand our reach.
Great, thanks. One last question. Do you think there's any way that we can use social networking media to rebrand dad bodies as the new six-pack?
Yeah, we can talk.
You can figure that out. Okay, good. Great. Okay, well, I think that's it for now. Trevor, thank you so much for that presentation. And we're going to shift now. I've got a gift for you to thank you for your time and the work that you've done for all of us today. And then I'll have Chief Gale will be coming up to introduce the next speaker. So if everyone can please join me once again in thanking Trevor for his work today.
There's a 15-minute break now.
Oh, is there? Okay. All right. Like Chief Gale earlier, I missed the break. So we now have a 15-minute break, and then Chief Gale will come up to open up the next session. So 15 minutes, everyone. Thanks.
get started. And just before we go into the speakers, I just wanted to mention the First Nation Major Projects Coalition table over there. We have Waihalite Hereditary Chief Teresa Tate Day, who is also our Communications Outreach Manager. And so she's very informative. She's been a part of the coalition since day one. And she's very well versed on what we do, how we conduct our business, and I would like you to talk to her. She's also gonna hand out a copy of our annual report, what talks about what we've been doing with our members for the past year in 2019. We have 64 members across Canada, which we are in 5 provinces and 1 territory. And our industry engagement session is happening on March 2nd and 3rd, 2020 in Prince George. So if you are wanting to attend, please check out our website, go see Teresa. And if you're a First Nation community that isn't a member and wants to learn more about what we do, please go see her. She's a wealth of knowledge. So just wanted to mention that because it's very important. So I'd like to introduce our next speakers who will be talking about building financial literacy, work readiness, and entrepreneurship skills for youth. So with me today, I got Joy Williams and Teresa Bennett. Joy Williams is the manager of Indigenous programs with Junior Achievement BC. Recently, Joy worked for the Recycle BC to engage with Indigenous community leaders and work in partnership to develop programs and events to support recycling. She previously worked at the First Nations Technology Council overseeing operations, administrative management, including coordinating in-community training and administration of the website. Joy has traveled extensively throughout the province, developing partnerships among Indigenous communities and successfully coordinating events and delivering workshops. Her existing knowledge of and networking in Indigenous communities will aid Junior Achievement BC in developing new relationships and creating program opportunities. Joy is Wet'suwet'en from Witset, BC, and is from Lac Siliu clan. I did my best on that. Teresa Bennett is a Junior Achievement BC Northern Regional Manager. She has been working and living in Northern BC since the early 90s. When she moved to Prince George to attend UNBC, after graduating from UNBC with a Bachelor of Commerce, she has gone to do a master's degree in marketing as well as achieved a diploma in adult education. Teresa has experience working and volunteering in many northern communities from Prince Rupert to Tumbler Ridge. She is passionate about supporting youth initiatives and has worked to create opportunities for youth with Success by 6 through United Way, Scouts Canada, and Junior Achievement BC. So with that, I'd like to start off our discussion. Omasi.
How am I changing the mic? How am I changing? Is there a clicker? Right there. So this guy's the clicker? All right. Good afternoon. Joy and I were just talking about where we've been this week already. Yesterday, we stared down 60 grade 4-5s and talked about Canadian business practices. Today, we had the option of staring down a class of grade 12s, talking about personal finance and budgeting. On behalf of both of us, we're really happy to be with you. Who we are, Junior Achievement BC is a member of JA Canada and JA Worldwide. It is the world's largest nonprofit organization dedicated to working with children about business. Last year, more than 10 million Junior Achievement students changed lives and improved communities around the globe. 2 years ago, just as this, I'm a storyteller, so when I get off topic, I'm sorry. 2 years ago, I was working at UNBC doing Adulting 101, and I got a great big hug from this really neat lady from Nigeria. And she was a UNBC student, and she said, I took a Junior Achievement program and it changed my life. This is how I got here. So it's not just a business program that kids in BC get. It truly is a worldwide organization, and I'm very proud to be part of it. We deliver programs in financial literacy, work readiness, and entrepreneurship to grade 4 to grade 12 students in and around the province. And we're in 90% of all of our school districts. Now, actually, originally I had on this slide a picture of our map of BC, and it showed where we were in British Columbia. And I noticed that the very top 2 school districts in the province, for example, where Dease Lake is and where Fort Nelson is, we're not in there. So if you are by chance from those communities, we would love to talk to you. How we deliver our programs. We recruit volunteers from local business communities to bring their worldwide experiences into the classroom. We have amazing volunteers. We're actually going to have a volunteer from our audience. I see Vince going like this. So Vince actually used to deliver our programs, and he would bring in food, and he would ask kids to talk about the price of things, and then he would give the food out in the classroom. Now, you've never seen kids more excited about cereal when they get to take it home at the end of the day. And Vince was the very first JA volunteer to do that in our province, and it was just an amazing idea. We have educators in classrooms. They enroll their classes, and then we come and we do a program in their school. And we have donors that provide us with resources to grow our reach and ensure our programs are accessible to everyone. Our donors are huge organizations that believe in our mission. There are organizations like RBC, Scotiabank, Deloitte, KPMG, and locally here in Prince George, the Prince George Community Foundation has funded us this year to do a really cool program called Discover Your Pitch. We're going to work with 21 local high school classes, and we're going to deliver a program called Be Entrepreneurial. Now, if you've ever seen Dragon's Den, this is the ending. These kids, at the end of our program, deliver a pitch. Their pitch gets judged, and the best pitch from every class gets to participate in a Prince George-wide competition. At the end of the competition, they're going to win money. So I think it's $300 here in Prince George's top prize. And we're going to take the top 3 teams, and we're going to fly them down to Vancouver. And when we get to Vancouver, we're going to fly them down to Vancouver, and they're going to compete with the rest of the kids in the province. So this is a really neat opportunity that only came about because of local funding. And I'm really happy to be proud of that one. Okay, so we have lots of programs that we offer. We start at the grade 4-5 area with what's called Our Business World and More Than Money. And these programs are first touches of what Canadian business looks like. Can students become entrepreneurs, and what does an entrepreneur look like? We then move on to programs like Business of Our Own, where students create micro businesses. And if you've ever attended a sale day, or if you've ever seen a youth come up with a really neat craft idea and sell it, you see entrepreneurship in action. And it's amazing because some of these schools, in Vanderhoof, all of the grade 7s participate in this program every single year. Those students raise about $1,800 that they put back into the community through different organizations. So really fantastic way to learn about entrepreneurship and about creating social change in their communities. From there, we move on to Dollars with Sense, which is their first look at what financial management looks like. So they get to do, we actually hand them $100, and I promise you we're a nonprofit, they're not real. Those $100, we ask the students, what would you do with this? And you know, universally, kids always say, I'd go buy a video game, I'd go do something. And then you get the really kind of smart alecky kids, and they're like, oh, I'd save it. We're like, how would you save it? They're like, I'd save it by investing in a video game. And I'm really happy to say, you know what, hold that thought. We're going to come back in a day, and we're going to talk about what investment looks like and what are great ideas to invest in and what are essentially what's called a money loser. So we talk about what first budgets look like. Then we go on in the grade 10 programs, and we look at things like goal setting, organization, what it's like to move out. And we do an exercise where the kids actually get to create how they want to live their life. So they get to pick their SUV, they get to pick their apartment. They get to pick their cell phone plan and all the things that they might like to have when they finish. At the end of it, they come up with a total. And sometimes that total is around $5,500. And then we give them a paycheck. And sometimes that paycheck looks like about $1,700 as a pizza delivery driver. So then those students look at those two numbers and they go, it doesn't work. You're like, right, that's what the revised column is. How are you going to fit your income? How are you going to fit your income into what you're spending? You can't live in a negative. You have to not be in a deficit situation at the end of every month. What are you going to do differently? The coolest thing about that day for the students is they have a self-reflection exercise that they do. And their self-reflection exercise often looks like, I'm never leaving home. I've realized that if I want all these things, I'm going to have to live at home. And at the end of this, I always tell the students, I'm like, on behalf of parents everywhere, we love you. But you need to fly, little birdie. You need to go. So how about you go and get a better job, and you get a great education, and you move on. So we help our students to learn these really cool things, and they get to move on, and they look at different things. We also, in that program, talk about social media. And we touch on what it looks like when they go to apply for things like scholarships or jobs, or how they get looked at when they are being recruited by organizations. And what that can look like is if there's pictures of underage drinking or drugging, we encourage them right there and then, why don't you take those pictures off? Because in 2 years when you apply for scholarships, that's gonna end your chance right there. So it's those kinds of programs that we do that make a really big impact at a young age. In our older sections, we do courses like Be Entrepreneurial, which is the Dragon's Den pitch idea. We also have an entrepreneurial trades program, which is an entirely brand new program for us, and it's digital. So anywhere, any student who's taking a trades program can access this. And it basically looks sort of similar to a video game, where they go on, they collect coins, they go through different activities, and they learn about what being a welder is going to look like, because when they're a welder, they're also, if they have their own welding truck, they're an entrepreneur. And they don't always marry the two ideas together. So what does it look like? So we have a really neat program base. And I'm going to hand it over to Joy now so she can talk about her end.
Okay, so my name is Joy, and I've been with JABC for the past 6 months now. It's a new program, and since it's the first year, the biggest thing I wanted to do was create awareness of our programs to our First Nations communities in BC. I am also working to recruit Indigenous volunteers to deliver these programs in our communities. And then I'm also working on just making sure that we're out there in front of the communities and that we have our own youth coming back and delivering these programs as well. So we have a few different delivery models. One of them is a traditional model of volunteer-led programs. So we have a volunteer come into a classroom or into the community. And then we can also do the educator-hosted program and just have a volunteer come in and speak of their experiences so they don't have to be in the classroom for 4 hours. And then also we're working in partnerships with ISETs such as Pignata, SNTC, as well as development corporations like CFDC of CIFN. So what we're doing is actually training their workers to go in and deliver programs in the communities that they work in. And we can also provide our curriculum and materials to educators to deliver the programs on their own. So right now, we actually have 26 registered programs across the province. And so far, 15 of them have been delivered. And we have another 7 communities that have shown interest. We're expected to reach about 450 Indigenous students in community, but we also have our staff like Teresa and other regional managers in the province that deliver programs in the school districts. So they reach a number of Indigenous students that way as well. So what we provide is training and support to volunteers and educators, all the classroom materials, so that includes PowerPoint presentations as well as workbooks and little program kits that have activities that we go through in each of the programs. We provide lesson plans and step-by-step guides, as well as we're providing an opportunity for people to enhance their speaking skills as well, public speaking skills, and sharing their interests, as well as inspiring youth. So we have a couple of videos that we're going to show you. This is actually the old one, so maybe I'll go on. I'll go on to the next one, because this one I kind of wanted to show the investment one. Okay, thanks. They're just switching over the presentations. I wanted to show becoming investment wise, so how not to spend your money. Well, while we're waiting, actually, we can get Adam to speak about his experiences of being a volunteer. He actually delivers programs at the Friendship Center here in Prince George to adults and youth, and he teaches a personal finance program.
Thank you, Adam.
Yes, so I've done a lot of these programs already. I think I've done every one of the programs except for the grade 4 to 5. I don't know, maybe we can figure that one out, Teresa. But it is a very rewarding program. As much as you're giving back to the kids, you get a lot in return. It's tons of fun to see the kids engage and learn the information that we're delivering to them. And they really get a lot of value out of it. One of the programs I love to do is Be Your Own Business program. So it's a program that they do 4 weeks, and they get to create their own businesses at the grade 7 level. And so what's so great about it is just seeing some of the challenges the kids go through, from creating a product and having an idea to understanding the recording and the financial record keeping that goes into creating a business. And so what happens is at the end of the day, we have a sale date, and just to see what kind of ideas these kids come up with is just so fascinating. And it's just so rewarding at the end of the day to see the value that you bring to the kids and the way that they learn to be entrepreneurs. They learn what it is to be a business person and start a business, as well as they do make money at the end of the day. And one of the programs that we did here in December, I think, of last year, they actually ended up raising the most per capita in BC for how much they raised for funds in the business program. And with those funds, they were able to actually recontribute that to the community garden, so that the community garden not just they were looking at closing it down that year, but because they delivered this program, they were actually able to reinvest that money into the community garden and keep it going for a much longer term. So you just get tons of value from it yourself, but they also get tons of value in return for the kids. They love it, they're highly engaged, and they learn so much. I constantly hear people saying, ooh, I don't know if I want to be a business owner anymore. Ooh, I love being in business. They just enjoy it so much. And it's just such a great opportunity to get involved here, and I really encourage it.
Thank you. So I really wanted to show you some of the videos because, like I've showed it to a number of different communities that I've visited so far, and it's very engaging and it gets the kids to think about what they're doing with their money. So this is one of the first ones. It's in the Dollars with Cents program. It's called Becoming Investment Wise.
Hey guys, Funny Money Man here. People are always emailing me asking how can they make money. Well, I'm gonna give you one of the most powerful tips about money right here, right now. It's easy. Buy more stuff that makes money and buy less stuff that loses value. Let me show you what I mean. New sports car, money loser. Brand new designer sunglasses, money loser. White three-piece silk playa suit, big money loser. When I was dressed like that, I looked like I had a lot of money. But in reality, all these things depreciate in value. This brand new car lost 15 to 20% of its value the second I drove it off the lot. If I tried to sell it, I would not get what I paid for it because now it's used. Make a list of all the things that you own. Shoes, DVDs, an iPod, clothes, a computer, a gaming system, maybe even a big screen TV. What do all these things have in common? I'll give you time to think about it. Time's up. That's right. They're all money losers that decrease in value over time. An investment, on the other hand, is something that increases in value over time. A mutual fund, money maker. A savings bond, money maker. A high interest savings account, money maker. How many of these things do you have? Probably not many. Your long-term financial plan should include putting at least some of your money into things that increase in value. How easy is that? Now, I know what you're saying. Do I really have to worry about this right now? Well, yes! Because the younger you are when you start, the more time your investments have to increase in value. If you want to make money, you have to think long-term. Cool short-term things like cars and electronics, they look good at first, but they don't hold their value.
Okay. Do we have time for one more video? Okay. So we do have one more video, and it's about the cost of credit.
Welcome back to Get It on Credit. If you're just joining us, we've given our contestants the exact same credit card contract to sign, the exact same credit card with a 9% introductory interest rate, and they all bought the exact same MP3 player that cost $284. Now, it's time to see just how much those MP3 players ended up costing all of you. Yes, Greg.
But didn't you say we bought the same MP3 player and that they all cost $284?
I sure did, Greg. But even though you bought them on the same credit card with the same introductory interest rate, you all did different things when it came time to pay the credit card company. Let's see what that means. Now, Angela, you wisely chose to pay off the balance of the credit card right away.
Yes. My Uncle Frank always told me neither a lender or a borrower be. That was one of the last things he told me before he was hit by a bus.
That's completely depressing. But Angela, what that means is that your MP3 player ended up costing you $284. Yes, Greg.
But my MP3 player also cost $284. I have the receipt for it right here.
Yes, Greg, you are correct. At the time of purchase, that MP3 player cost you $284. But you chose to pay the credit card company back by paying only the monthly minimum payments.
So what's wrong with that?
Well, Greg, there's nothing wrong with that. But because you were paying 9% on $284, you were making a payment of $7.07 a month. By the time you finish paying for the $284 MP3 player, not only will it be obsolete, but it's going to cost you $339.36. Oh, that's what I thought you'd say. Now, Stephanie, let's look at what you did with your credit card. Stephanie?
Oh, sorry. Did you say something, Frank?
No, but frankly, I know what I'd like to say. Stephanie, how much do you think your MP3 player ended up costing you?
Hello. We all paid the same price for our MP3 players, $284.
Ooh, that answer is wrong, and it's going to cost you big time, I'm afraid. Because you see, Stephanie, buried in the fine print of that contract you signed was a clause that said that by missing a monthly payment, you have violated the contract.
Oh my gosh, it does say that.
And when you violate the conditions and terms of the contract,
they reserve the right to increase the interest rate.
That's correct, Greg and Stephanie. Because you missed more than one payment, the credit card company raised your interest rate to a whopping 26.5%. Which means that by the time you finish paying that $284 MP3 player off, making monthly minimum payments at 26.5% annual interest rate, it's going to cost you $480, almost double the original amount.
Oh my gosh, that's horrible.
Once again, that's correct, Greg. That is horrible, but true. Not to mention how badly missing payments affects your credit score and your future borrowing costs. Well, that's all the time we have today for Get It on Credit. Tune in next week when you'll hear Greg say,
Oh my gosh.
until then, pay down those credit cards. I'm the funny money man, and I think you should know this.
Okay, so yeah, it's pretty easy to register as an educator or even as a community to deliver programs. I have been working with social development departments in different communities to help teach budgeting to their clients. And if you want to become a volunteer, please feel free to register as well. So you just go to our website at jabc.ca. Thank you.
I wish I had that in grade 2 when I lived in Fort St. John and went to elementary school at CM Finch, because I had to do chores all week and I got $10 for my allowance. And so what I would do is go to the corner store and get all my candy packages and make up these little packages and sell them for an increased cost because the corner store was far away. But I also motivated all the community kids to build me this little shack out of scrap wood. So it was quite funny. I wish I had this when I was a kid. With that, as the chief of the Fort Nelson First Nation, I totally invite you guys into our community to work with the Community Education Authority to bring this program to our students. Our school runs from 6 months old through our child care licensing all the way to grade 12, and our school is opened up to the public. And it's an amazing feeling to be a chief that drops off my kid to K4 program, and you see non-Indigenous people bringing their children to our school on reserve. And you know, we also provide busing to and from our community, so we welcome you. This is a great program, and like I said, I wish I had it in grade 2. You know, I'd probably be right up there with my stocks and bonds too, so thank you. This is great. So I'd like to open the floor to any questions that you have for these lovely ladies. Come on, guys. It's still early in the afternoon. So I'll start off, and if any of you get brave enough to go up to the mics, I'll entertain your question. Can you talk about how your experiences helped you tailor your program in offering it to today's youth?
Could I get you to just repeat the question one more time?
Can you talk about how your own experiences helped you tailor this program and offering it to today's youth?
I have lots of experiences with my own family background. My mom was an estate accountant, so I grew up talking about death. And when I talked to other people, I realized that that wasn't normal. People didn't talk about, when I die, you get this. It was not a normal thing where I grew up in Alberta. And when I talk to students and I talk to youth today about finances, it's just one of those things where for me it was just bred into me that you don't spend more than you make. But that's not our culture today. We spend a lot more than we make on a regular basis. So how do we engage our youth to make sure that we work on living within our means? Living within where we should be. And then, of course, creating goals. Where do we want to get to? And how are we going to get there? Because there isn't a magic tree fairy that comes along with money to get us there. So how are we going to make it for ourselves? So we're working to empower youth to create their own future.
Thank you. I also want to put this in perspective for ourselves as adults, because recently a friend posted a meme on Facebook, and it was a person sitting there with all these beautiful things. And a lot of that stuff is just junk for us, and if there's any hoarders in the room, you know exactly what I mean, because those things cost money, and do we really need them at the end of the day? So it's kind of something to put in perspective when you're sitting there having your morning coffee and you're thinking about how you can declutter your home. How about you put that investment into, you know, your family or something else? So I would like to open up the floor. Is there any questions for the ladies here today? Okay, with that, I would like to thank you. Oh, go ahead, Joy.
Sorry. I just wanted to add one thing too, is that, you know, it says that we are only going into communities through the schools to grade 4 to 12, but I actually did one of the programs with a group in my own community. It's called the Discovery Program. It's an adult education program, and we had people between the age of 20 to 70 in there. So these programs can be delivered to any age range. So I just wanted to mention that.
Okay.
We're also at places like the Blade Runners program in Prince George here. We do 4 programs for every intake a year, and those youth are between 16 and 25, I believe. So while our programs say that they're guaranteed or work towards certain age groups, it doesn't always work that way. I know when we've delivered Adulting 101 at UNBC, it wasn't my term, Adulting 101, by the way. When we delivered that program, we had first and second year UNBC students who ranged in age from 18 to 65. And like you had mentioned earlier, we heard a lot, I wish I knew about this when I was younger. So we're here to help out the younger population. We hope that we can make a difference.
Well, I want to thank you for coming here today to present on what you're presenting, because it's so important that we get our youth involved. Regional Chief Terry Teegee, mentioned that there are future leaders, and it's important that we provide space for them and that we empower them, because they're going to be looking after us as an elder. And so that's why it's important for me to ensure that my son understands his culture, his background, his language, and be involved in our school, but also to have these opportunities. So with that, I'd like to give you a round of applause. Okay.
Okay, we're at our final presentation of the day. I have the honor of introducing Patrick Brennan, who I first met, I believe it was in New York when we first met. I was at the United Nations Permanent Forum and a number of years ago, and Patrick was there involved in that work that was taking place at the time. Patrick Brennan he currently serves as an advisor to the president of Vancouver Island University and is the CEO of Advanced Professional Training Center. He has also served as the executive director for McGill University's Institute for the Study of International Development. Prior to McGill, Mr. Brennan served as the manager of multilateral relations in the Intergovernmental and International Relations Directorate of the Department of Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development Canada. And during his time at the department, Mr. Brennan assisted with Canada's endorsement of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. He also worked for 6 years at the Department of Foreign Affairs in support of international Indigenous issues and was the deputy director of the Haiti program at Foreign Affairs. So Patrick's here to talk with us today about the Indigenous Intern Leadership Program. This is a program that in part is born out of the joint work between the BC Assembly of First Nations and the BC Business Council. So Patrick, I'm turning the floor over to you. Thank you so much. If everyone can please help me join in welcoming Patrick to the stage. Thank you, Patrick.
I will get into the presentation, but I thought this might be an opportunity just to share a little bit prior to going into the presentation on observations over the last year, because this program was officially started last year. And I do want to commend BC Assembly of First Nations under Regional Chief TG for his leadership on this, also CEO and President of the Business Council of British Columbia, and the President at Vancouver Island University, President Deborah Saucier. I was at, for the second year in a row now, I was at the Connexus conference in Ottawa. It's the largest career development conference in the country. If you are working in the area of career development, I strongly recommend that you go. It really was an incredible event just in terms of informing the transition to work piece. And I think everyone in the room here would appreciate that transition to work is not easy, whether you're fresh out of university or if you're between jobs. It's a challenge. And my experience in terms of transition to work is that really it's about persistence and resilience. I've been honored really to work with the interns in this program, and it really it's the people who are persistent and resilient who find a job, they find meaningful employment. And ultimately that's about having the agency. And I'm going to share with you a poem which a number of you have probably heard of it. It was actually a poem that Nelson Mandela got great solace in when he was on Robben Island. And I share this with you because it speaks to the agency I'd recommend required transitioning through any challenging periods in one's life, and that includes finding meaningful employment. The poem is Invictus, and it says, "Out of the night that covers me, black as the pit from pole to pole, I thank whatever gods may be for my unconquerable soul. In the fell clutch of circumstance, I have not winced nor cried aloud. Under the bludgeonings of chance, my head is bloody, but unbowed. Beyond this place of wrath and tears looms but the horror of the shade, and yet the menace of the years finds and shall find me unafraid. It matters how not straight the gate, how charged with punishments the scroll. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul." And that's what I try to share with interns. There have been some I've worked with for anywhere from 12 to 14 months in terms of finding meaningful employment. And I do have to say that it's been a great experience. There is no straight path. That's something that was mentioned this morning. And something that Ryan mentioned during the youth panel that reminded me a very fun fact here that many may not know. I'm a very big fan of Bob Marley and of reggae music. And he apprenticed as a welder, and a piece of metal fell in his eye, and he said, "Never again." He said, "Never again. I will leave this floor and I will follow my passion," which was music. Music at that time was not paying the bills. But imagine our society, how rich we are for what he was able to contribute to society in terms of music. In terms of the Indigenous Intern Leadership Program, just trying to make sure that I think I'm supposed to click the green. Okay, no problem. Great. So I'll go through some of the general information on the program. You'll be able to find this as well on the website, which is going to be listed at the end. I also brought information here that you're welcome to take after the presentation, paper information and business cards. The program is intended, again, it is BC-wide. It's intended for qualifying Indigenous post-secondary graduates. It's a 2-year period in terms of employment that is offered for the interns. The graduates, again, from across the province have diplomas, certificates, undergraduate degrees. It's a very wide range of things. Allows for a rich experience. I had mentioned meaningful employment, the personal experience from it, the networks and the knowledge, both for the internal and also for those who have employed, for the interns, I should say, and the employers. The goal is to provide recent graduates with workplace skills and training, And after the 2 years, our hope is that the employer will hire full-time, but at the same time as well, the intern and the employer, they may agree that it's best for the professional to return to their community and apply the experience and skills they've gained back in their communities, which is something we have noticed as well. So in terms of qualifications, again, this is a general in terms of what we're looking for. 35 years or younger. I have and am working with professionals who are over the age of 35, so I want to mention that now. Some of our cohort looking for employment, many of them have faced enough obstacles in life. They don't need to face more. So again, I'm working, this is a general idea of the age. Have graduated or will be graduating from a trades, technical program, diploma, degree, or higher level of education, self-identify as Indigenous, be a BC resident, and hold a valid social insurance number. So in terms of the program, I do want to share with you the role of Vancouver Island University. This is not a Vancouver Island University program. It's co-chaired by the BC Assembly of First Nations and the Business Council of BC. It emerged from the Champions Table, which was referenced earlier today, made up of 11 First Nations chiefs and 11 CEOs. And again, it is intended to provide meaningful employment. The role that we play at Vancouver Island University is one of support between the employers, between the interns, working as well. I have a working group of 25 post-secondary institutions in BC. And something I've learned, and many of you may not be surprised to hear this, there are still a large number of post-secondary institutions that do not feel that transition to work is their responsibility. And I find it entertaining that for reasons of confidentiality, they can't share this information with students who are graduating, but they're able to find those students 3 months after they've graduated and they're looking for a gift as an alumni. So that's my own 2 cents worth for what it is. I feel that again, a program of this nature, as many Indigenous professionals and graduates that can benefit from it, the better. We've held a number of regional outreach sessions in BC. And as I mentioned earlier, the program was launched in January of 2019. That was the hard launch. And we currently have 28 interns in the program. The idea is for the interns to find employment with members of the Business Council of BC. Some of them have found employment that way, but we have a number as well who are working back with their community. We have a number who are working with Indigenous organizations, so it's a mix at this point. And I can also say, not necessarily by intention, but the breakdown of our interns is a very good mix between Vancouver Island, the Lower Mainland, and Northern BC. So this is this program in terms of VIU. It's really it's one in a series of efforts at VIU to ensure that Indigenous students access post-secondary studies, succeed completing the studies, and transition to employment. And that's something I really want to stress, is that again, it's that access piece, it's the success when you're out of post-secondary, and then it is the transition to work. In terms of benefits of the program, we do have a network of Indigenous professionals, and the goal there is for professionals to have access, again, to other Indigenous professionals who might be experience similar obstacles or challenges similar to what others are, be able to access them as a resource, and ultimately be able to use that program as well, not just during the 2-year period of the internship, but well beyond as well. So working in association with the BC Assembly BC Assembly of First Nations and BCBC, again, the interns are invited to attend 1 to 2 professional development days a year. We held one in November It was very well attended. We had, at that time, we were at approximately 24 interns, and of that, 17 attended. My feedback on the program was very positive, and the core theme that was addressed at the Professional Development Day this year, was leadership. There's a certificate of completion as well, which is given out by BCBC, BCAFN, and Vancouver Island University. I would ask each of you really to help me identify Indigenous professionals who can benefit from the program. It's really just a matter of either sending me an email or registering on the website, which again is listed at the end of this presentation, and there's information here on the side as well. You know, join us to address the gap really in opportunities for Indigenous communities and professionals. And this program I'd recommend is one example of how that gap can be addressed. So this is the contact information for the program. I wanted to mention also that we are a small group at VIU that's supporting the program, but we do our best to be available as resources in terms of phone calls or questions that interns may have. If interns find themselves in a situation where their placement isn't working out, we make sure that we find them another job opportunity that may. And to the extent possible as well, I and other members that work with me, we do mentor students. I can give you some advice on a potential road to take if you want to be a diplomat. If you want to be a brain surgeon, I can Google the information, but I wouldn't recommend you necessarily take my advice. So that's it for me. I'm open to any questions you might have.
Thank you so much, Patrick. Open the floor to any questions for Patrick in the program. I know that I think this is such important kind of work that's happening. I know that when I went to law school, it seemed like about half the students in the law school came from well-off families that had lawyers in their family. I remember I went with, I went to law school with someone with the last name Lane, and one of the big firms in the country is Lane Michener, and that was her grandfather was one of the founding partners of that. So these are people that have it's a total railroad to success. And for many students that don't have access to that kind of network, these kinds of programs are really essential to get their foot into the door of real solid experience and connections in with some of the major companies in the province. So if there's anyone, I've got a question for you, Patrick. With your extensive background in government and public service as an anchor, how does the intern leadership program help develop the skills of Indigenous youth who want to follow a similar path within their communities?
I think ultimately, once you've finished your studies and you're out there in the professional world, you develop the soft skills that are going to take you places that you couldn't have imagined, and something that your generation, meaning the youth of today, are far more advanced than I am or ever will be on. The fantastic presentation earlier on the First Nations Technology Council. I mean, that stuff is so out of my reach in terms of where I came from. But to the question, Doug, this I think really provides the interns with the opportunities that they're going to need to refine professional skills. And again, as I referenced, it's the soft skills that they're going to be able to apply whether they go back to work in their home communities or whether they ultimately end up working full-time with the private sector company that has employed them, or if they end up going into government. And when I worked at McGill, I started a program there where I'd bring a busload of students to Ottawa once a year. And it was almost revolutionary that you'd come up with this really small idea of, and the students paid for it. They paid for the bus and they paid for their 2 nights of hotels, and I would just set up meetings for them with 4 different government departments. But it struck me, I actually couldn't believe that here McGill is 2 hours away from Ottawa, and no one thought that, gosh, maybe I'll get on a view. So the one thing, and I credit my parents, and I also credit growing up on the East Coast, you know, your networks. Someone referenced networks earlier today. I think it was in terms of filmmaking. I mean, networks are everything. And Doug, you referenced it. There are kids who are presented networks on a silver platter, and then there are those of us who have to build them as we go along in life. And I think those soft skills are key, because these are great networks as well, but you know, when you go for an interview, you have to interview with another person, not a machine.
Great. Chief Gale, did you have a question?
So this is a great program. Fort Nelson First Nation does send out a lot of our students to study around the world. And so I just wanted to know if you guys do meet and greets or hold functions like that where we can send students to wherever, like Vancouver, or if you're doing a maybe a meet and greet in Prince George. I just want to know how you do your outreach program, and then how we can connect later, because I really want to get you connected with some of our people that are going to further their education, so Masi.
Yeah, thank you. I must say I'm happy to come wherever I'm asked to go. If you can identify for me some of the talent that'll benefit from this, BC and BCAFN have been great. They haven't put any limit on how many people I'm allowed to bring into the program. And what the program started as in comparison to what it is now, the main goal of the program is to find employment for Indigenous professionals, but some have called me and said, listen, I've been working for 2 months, can I benefit from the professional development? And I say, absolutely. I mean, chances are pretty good that they connected with one of our partners along the way to find the employment anyway. So yes, we definitely hold one professional development day a year. We're hoping to expand that. I'd be happy to speak with you afterwards and connect, and again, because we do have members as well who are in the program and are working for their home communities, and I literally say the more the merrier. I mean, there's no reason that 100 interns shouldn't benefit from this a year. And the panel this morning on youth, I mean, I hope every one of them will join it, to come in and inform some people who don't have the business background that they do. I know that one is a Chinook scholar, and he graduated from that program. I have an excellent working relationship with UBC Sauder School and the director there of the Chinook Scholars. Thank you.
I've got one last question for you. Just because of the depth of your knowledge in the international field and with the UN and the Declaration, can you share a little bit with everyone when we're thinking about how we need to educate and raise, what kinds of experiences we need to expose young Indigenous people to equip them to be best positioned to make use of the new provincial legislation? When you're thinking about the program, like what are the kinds of things that you think the program will be imparting to them that's related to the UN Declaration?
Well, I mean, you know, just having access, for example, to that champions table where you are able to speak to some very senior officials who are grappling with these issues. I must say, if I had the budget, I'd love to take the whole group of them down to the permanent forum or over to the expert, you know, the mechanism, the UN expert mechanism on the rights of Indigenous peoples, because as Doug referenced, he and I met at the permanent forum, and I was involved with some of the early workings around the UN Declaration and Canada's positions on that. I wasn't very proud of the fact, you know, we turned face for a number of years not to endorse it. I was involved when we finally did stand up and do what we should have done years prior to that. But having said all of that, I just think this gives Indigenous students at a young stage in their careers access to professionals that, I mean, I would have given an arm for. It's an unbelievable experience, and I think you know, so many resources are available online now, just in terms of, you can probably find out the history of the UN Declaration. I'd strongly recommend everyone in this room read the writings of James Anaya, the former Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. If you want to know what the UN Declaration is and what it's not, read James Anaya. If you read nothing else when you leave here today, if you really want to understand the UN DRIP, there is a man who, I mean, was the integrity and the work that he put into these documents was unbelievable. And I'll share with you quickly some of my own experience, because, you know, probably some people think, well, this guy's got it figured out. I'm still figuring out ultimately what I want to do with my professional life. But let me share with you something. I spent about 7 years as a diplomat, and I worked overseas with the UN, and they offered me a full-time job. And my wife and I decided, you know what, we're not going to do this, we're coming back. And one of the things that drove me to come back was because I had done some of my graduate studies were on indigenous issues, self-determination rights in Latin America and in Canada. And when I was overseas working on international development, some of the aid workers said to me, why don't you go back to your own home community and your own country and deal with issues there? And I said, fair enough. I said, I couldn't agree with you more. I came back, I had said no, if you can imagine, to a full-time job with the UN. American dollars, tax-free, the whole 9 yards. No one would hire me. No one would hire me. I spent a year, this goes to the resilience and the persistence. I spent a year making phone calls to, God rest his soul, Wayne Lord, a Métis man himself who did significant work on the UN Declaration. I was always very polite and professional about it, and he said, I'm definitely looking to hire, he said. So a year later, he hired me, and I did other jobs in between, but I knew it was an area that I wanted to work on, because under the Chrétien government, they were doing significant work on indigenous issues. But it took a year, and it was a job that I wanted to do. But after you get the job and you get experience, people look to you as if you've been doing it for a lifetime, and they never, ever, ever remember what it actually took for you to find the job.
Well, thank you very much, Patrick, for what you've shared with everyone. On behalf of the organizers, just really want to extend our gratitude. We've got a gift for you, so if everyone can please join me in thanking Patrick for his words. So if I can please ask Chief Gale to join me. We're going to provide some brief closing remarks now, and the regional chief will join us in a moment. For my part, when I think about the discussions that we've heard today, I can't remember who said it, but someone said, I feel like we're on the right track. I feel like the future is secure. We're at a truly defining moment in this country, very dynamic, because of the changes in the law, because of the political direction that's taking place. We can see how complicated it is. At the one hand, you see the success of the carrier Sekani just the other day in getting to an important agreement in their part of the world. And then also at the same time, we see that today the RCMP were raiding the Wet'suwet'en blockade of the road with respect to the pipeline. We see that while we have success in the Chilcotin Nation decision, we have a loss in the injunction decision and in TMX decisions. So very complex space that we're in. A lot of different pathways that are being looked at. What I heard, one of the overriding messages that I heard very clearly was that we have to work together to get through this complex time that we're in. That we need to, if we're going to effectively go from the status quo to where we need to get to, which is a reality that's based upon and grounded in real recognition and implementation of rights, then Indigenous peoples have a lot of work to do internally, that Indigenous peoples have important work to do with the government, and that there has to be, with respect to industry, an appropriate role for industry to be engaged in meaningful shifts and changes that are now required. So I really want to, a couple of times people talked about the youth and the imposter syndrome. Another time when I was in New York, I gave a presentation with Wheezy. I call it Wheezy. I'm not sure what they call it. University of Toronto School of Education. Oisy. When I read it, I'm like, I like the way Wheezy sounds better. It sounds like a... but in that presentation, it was about a project in Northern Ontario where they were working to change the outcomes of children's education. and they had been very successful. They took a whole group of kids that were well below the provincial average and brought them up to a place where they were exceeding the provincial averages in numeracy and literacy and all of these things. One of the things that was really shocking for me was that an important part of the success of that project was the re-education of the non-Indigenous teachers in that part of the world with respect to the expectations that they have for Indigenous students. Effectively, what they had to do was they had to retrain the teachers to believe that Indigenous students can be successful and should be successful, and they should be achieving at a very high level. The simple reality was that there was this background racism, the systemic racism playing out in the education system where teachers believed Aboriginal students would not be successful, and so the Aboriginal students were largely meeting those at low expectations. So for any of the youth that are here, I share that story because I want you to be aware of it. I want you to know that that nonsense expectation doesn't belong to us. That's someone else's nonsense. You reject that. If you ever feel that in your heart, you push it out because we believe in you. Your ancestors believe in you. The future generations need you to be successful, and you have every right to be. To use that beautiful, powerful voice. Man, we've saw some really incredible work that was happening up on this stage. So there's a lot of different streams of discussion today with respect to success in business and fostering business within First Nations themselves and for individual Indigenous peoples. And I know that with the work of the UN Declaration, with all of the other streams that we're going to find real success. So it's been a real honor for me to be a part of this work today. I want to say Haitsep Gasiam to all of you. Thank you so much to all of you for the honor of being able to help with this work today. And now I'll pass it over to Chief Gale for closing remarks as well. Chief Gale.
That was great. Thank you, Doug. And I always say when I'm out there talking about business, talking about education, is never underestimate the ability of our people. We are strong, proud, self-reliant Indigenous people across this country and across this globe. And when I think about being successful in a project, I think about how that includes everybody. It doesn't just talk about the First Nation living in a silo. It really talks about starting from a different way of doing business, starting from the bottom up, where we're incorporating ownership in major projects for First Nations. And I said it before that I really do feel that when a First Nations is doing well, so is a local municipality. Where are we going to spend our money? Where do we buy our groceries? Where are we going to fill up our gas tanks? And so forth. We see younger people from our communities mortgaging their own homes. And the opportunity for First Nations to be able to sign ministerial loan guarantees so that First Nations people can build homes within their own communities. We know that it's challenging times as we go ahead, and that we're all going to have to put our heads together to find solutions on a path forward, but the time is now. And when we look at UNDRIP, we look at it as an opportunity. We talk about what our values are. We get our messages out there to the universe. We share them with our networks. We share them with government. We share them with industry. We share them with investors. I like the presentation that Joy and her colleague had done because it really gave you perspective why First Nations need access to capital at low interest rates. How are we going to be successful if our interest rates are so high than the average Canadian that's doing the same project as us as a First Nation community? The time is now for First Nations to not only manage their lands and resources and protect their air and water in a collaborative effort with government and industry and investors. The time is now. And that's the only way that I can see us being successful is if we all work together to a common goal. So with that, I just wanted to say that I'm so super proud of these youth over here. They were amazing. I was happy that they were on the big screen. I know it's not something easy to do. When I became chief, I had to do a 45-minute presentation in front of the Horn River Producers Group, and I was nervous. And I had a handkerchief like my grandma, and I was like patting the sweat off my head, and yeah, it was nerve-wracking. But you guys make me so proud because your voice is very important. The things that you're doing in your communities and bringing out into a national level is so important. So don't ever stop whatever you're doing. And whenever you feel that, that those things that Doug talked about are starting to pull you down, talk to your elders. Go back home. Pick up that phone. Talk to your mom. Talk to your grandfather. They will ground you and put you back on your feet again. Always remain positive. Always remain strong. And always bring back your knowledge and share it with your community and the youth at home. They need people like you in your communities and in other communities. So I commend the youth, and I want to give them a round of applause. So I would also like to invite Regional Chief Terry Teegee up here, and thank you for the opportunity to be able to do this. I've never ever moderated at a conference, so when I was asked to do so, I took it as an opportunity, as a learning experience, and I got a lot to learn, so thank you very much, Terry.
Thank you, Chief Gale, and thank you, Doug, for co-hosting us today. And I really appreciate the comments, the interactive questions, but more importantly, the presentations that we've seen today. And the legislation that we talked about today, Bill 41, and the desire from this Liberal minority government to implement the declaration as an act nationally by the end of 2020. We've heard from a great presentation by Cheryl Casimir and Michael Goring and Jessica Wood about the meaning of the declaration in the business world. The youth, the panel just knocked it out of the park. And it gives us a sense of hope and that in our future that there is a very positive future. Looking to our youth to provide leadership in the years to come. We talked about successful models as President Chad Day stated in his experience with the Teltan. Not only moving from a dad bod to a Chad Day six-pack or whatever it was, it provided us some really insight of their governance and how they manage success and come to decisions. And the many other presentations we had today in regards to providing some guidance to many of you today in regards to how this can, I hope you take something out of today to support the work that you're doing as practitioners to your community and to provide some insight. And this is a good segue for tomorrow, the Black Book sessions. And the sessions for the Prince George will be held not here. I thought it was supposed to be here, but it's at the Coast Hotel tomorrow. And we will have drafts of the current binders that we've have for many of you to take home, but also add to. As we end today, I just want to thank our two co-chairs and provide gifts for departing, for doing this and for your journey home. And early March, we will be in Nanaimo for the BCAFN Special Chiefs meeting. Special Chiefs Assembly on March 5th and 6th. And we hope to see you there as well, Doug, as you will be co-chairing that as well. Yeah. So, and lastly, I just want to acknowledge my staff, BCAFN staff. If could you stand up and be recognized, because really you got this together. And I just want to thank you, applaud you for the work that you've done. And last but not least, I just want to provide a gift to who put this all together, is Claire Marshall. If you'd like to come up, I have a gift for you. Claire arranged all of this together, and also on the previous business forum in Vancouver, and I just want to thank you for all the work you've done. With that, thank you. This session is closed, and have a safe journey home. I certainly know that conditions aren't great, but thank you for being here today. I hope you get something out of this. Merci.